Storyteller. I like Storyteller. It's a good system.
Well, I'm letting
Any-
people know we exist, so feel free while I'm letting people know we exist.
I don't have any experience with Storyteller.
Well, you play Vampire the Masquerade, right? That's Storyteller. That's just D10s.
Wasn't it D6s originally?
Originally, yeah, but they moved away from that pretty quick.
Yeah.
I think the only vampire and werewolves I played were the original editions. So
You should try the D10s. Honestly, it's such a liberating system, and it's crunchy enough where you get a lot of nice things, but it's not too crunchy. I've been growing quite fond of it.
Helps if I actually put a title.
yeah, but it's so hard to find a sane group to play World of Darkness games with.
Hey, I'll play World of Darkness with you. I'm a sane person. I'll lead World of Darkness if you want. I've been itching to run Jerusalem by night in Vampire the Dark Ages for someone, and I think it could be really cool. And I've run games in the United States. I think me and my group, we were playing for a year in New Orleans, even though I
wow.
don't know a goddamn thing about New Orleans, and I've never been. Frankly, I heard the town isn't all that special anyway.
I don't know. There's some neat things to do. Great World War II Museum, which you might dig, and then there's the French Quarter. I mean, forget Bourbon Street and all the party streets and stuff, but there's so much good food and cool history. Some great ghost walks and stuff in the French Quarter. I enjoy New Orleans.
I heard it's pretty unsafe overall. You know, like decent chance to get mugged, I guess. I don't know.
Well, people say that about most of America, really.
Yeah, I suppose. Yeah.
That's why you stay in the touristy districts.
That way the pickpockets know to target you.
That's right.
You're not from town.
So I don't know. I've never had any issues. Of course, I'm 6'4" and kind of large.
I'm 6'6" and kind of large, but you know,
Yeah.
if someone comes at me with a knife, I'm scared.
Yeah, fair enough. I think a lot of times I win even unknowingly do I want to mess with this guy contest before I'm even aware somebody's targeting me. But
naturally.
Let's go for the easier target, not the hard target.
Right. Let's go for that completely drunk guy there, not the sober guy walking down the street.
Thing is, I've got a very, very childlike face. I'm very young in appearance.
You are very pretty, but you look good in a suit.
Oh, thank you.
I forget where those pictures you posted were, where you were. It was like you were at a castle or something, and it was almost.
No, that was my work's backyard.
It's like a real estate commercial. This house could be yours.
And on the back of that, hello everyone. This is the Electric Metropolis video game tour. I'm AD Springer, also known as Corbinian, and we are playing the Great Continental War of the Setting Sun, a Fantasy Age 2nd Edition RPG. Hello, author. Isn't there a travel advisory for people coming into America? Generally, depends on the country. Inslee is such a teddy bear.
There's one if you're coming from Canada. They worry about getting your maple syrup stolen.
I mean, it's a real thing to worry about. It's very valuable stuff.
Because it actually happened. Didn't somebody steal the reserves one year?
Well, that was Canadians doing it to Canadians. But that was Canadian on Canadian crime there.
Yeah, you don't hear much about that, but it happens. It happens. Canadian crime.
Let us glimpse once more into the Encyclopedia Continentalis.
It's called hockey.
Hey, it's just a 5-minute major. On a damp autumn day, Marshal Baptiste Duval, a man of shadow and strategy, had summoned an elite guard, a collection of the finest companies from the 1st and 2nd divisions. Among them was this elite company, led by the cunning Cormac MacNeil. The elite force assembled in Seabreeze Cove, ready to embark on a march to the dripping landscape of the Vitlu Queendom. Their destination? Aquahaven, fortress city recently seized by the relentless advance of the 2nd Division and the 1st Corps of the Almanian Empire. The House of Ravens, a shadowy force that once guarded the Queendom's secrets, had mysteriously withdrawn, thanks to the covert dealings orchestrated by Captain McNeil and his officers. As the Marshal's forces trudged through the wet expanse, the fate of Vitlu seemed sealed by the swiftness of the invasion. Yet hidden in the midst of war, the consequences of the punitive war waged by the empires of Gallia and Almania to enforce Emperor Stornhelm's Continental system against the Ten Isles and their allies remained veiled, obscured by the fog of uncertainty.
This is a 3-threat game.
A rethread. Man, this sounds like a 25 threat game.
25 per person? Okay.
Per person, yeah.
I mean,
That's
we
a-
could definitely get there as clean as. Like,
Oh, thank goodness, all the towns have names on the map now. I can never remember what they were.
That's a Borg cube and a half incident.
Oh, we're going all the way up here. I thought we were going over here.
Yeah, no, we need to speak with the Germans.
Oops. Dinner.
Because Herman got it in his head that he's gonna do some naughty things, like take some border forts and kill some people.
Well, aren't they allies with us in this war against Vitlu?
I mean, yes, but we want to preserve the structural integrity of Vitlu, so we mustn't allow them to be Germans.
yeah. Alamanians, historically not a fan of other people's borders.
Something about
Well-
living space. I think they've got enough space to live in. Look at it. I mean, look at their. I mean, look
Well, if Vitlu hadn't threatened them, this never would have happened.
at. Oh god.
But it has been some time. Actually, how long has it been? Oh shoot! No, don't click to the center. No snap.
Gotta turn dark mode off. The best mode.
I know.
Fantasy.
I
what are you
will
doing?
not. I will not turn off dark mode.
I can't
ever.
see what skills I have if I
I
don't.
do not care. I will strain my eyes. I will not turn it off.
I never turn on dark mode. Because I am old, and I also know that black on white is better for your eyes in the long run.
Well, you're allowed to be wrong. No.
Sounds like librarian propaganda.
Wow.
The only kind of propaganda you should listen to, actually.
See, that's what a
Read what you want.
propagandist would
Take care of
say.
your eyes.
Check something. So, sorry, just measuring how far you've traveled. I had forgotten to figure that out. I don't have a cheat sheet with me. I don't. Okay, I have the digital one. But yes, your group has been marching away from Seabreeze Cove for some time because you're crossing the middle of the Queendom. And there are some small villages and hamlets and such that you'll pass through. And you are traveling. Currently, the army's traveling mostly on the main road. Your company, along with the you do not have your the church guard lady on the other half because she's part of the 5th company. The elite company de La Salle is out of all squadrons, usually the a marshal can grab the elite company, usually from the 1st squadron, and then the 1st company, who is usually the most prestigious or well liked in the entire regiment. And your efforts, the 1st squadron de La Salle, you were Cormac and his officers have that distinction of being part of the elite company. So that's why you're along with a variety of officers none of you served with, because you're all from the 2nd Division to Dragoons, and these people are the 1st Division to Cuirassiers. And your company is very irregular in appearance because you have, let's see, you have elite dragoons, elite light dragoons, which is
Rifles, mounted
rifles
rifles.
and grenadiers on horse, and then an elite cuirassier unit. So the elite company de la Salle does not look like the mass of cuirassiers and some cannon that are riding along. Oh, there'll be no cannon to be the elite. It's just Marshal Duval traveling with a large contingent to keep him safe and also advance any efforts he may personally want. So you're kind of being assigned to this. A lot of the officers and soldiers, none of you know. Captain McNeil, you've had the pleasure of meeting the other captains during the big dinner that Duval held. So you know them, if only from that one meeting. When they generally have a positive attitude towards you, they seem to like you just fine. Because as I recall, you acquitted yourself rather well in their presence. And,
With them, yes, not with the marshal.
yeah.
So, are my light dragoons the only voltigier scouting type troops in the escort unit?
Yes. Because a lot of this war seems to be, especially with a dragoon corps, they've been a dragoon regiment. They've been really focused on speed rather than
Right.
careful marching forward.
Well, then in that case, Borgia will have his men out front and flanks per standard, with some files of forward outriders trained to dismount and scout on foot to be less visible. So doing my best to try and give us any warning of enemy approach or what's up ahead.
Well, wait, no, we're all mounted, so I think you should screen while mounted as well.
Well, yeah, but that's what I'm saying. You've got mounted screens, but then I'm sending some outriders way up ahead, at the gallop, and then they'll, find a hidden place for the horses and scout ahead on foot, get up some vantage points where horses maybe can't go, and they can get better versions. So small groups of forward and flank outriders, because there's some terrain features that horses really don't do well with and become very visible against, whereas foot soldiers don't. So ride a good distance ahead, dismount to rest of the horses, and scout on foot up some terrain, that kind of thing.
Cuirassier will stay as close. Does the marshal have his own? Is there some unit that's been specifically assigned to his bodyguard, or is that just like all of us in general are doing that?
All of you in general are doing that. Marshal Duval seems to be traveling with a company from the 1st Division. He's not traveling with your company. He could if McNeil invited him into, and he said yes, but otherwise he's elsewhere in the elite guard that he has around him.
Oh, so our company is not the specific elite guard. We're just part of a larger elite guard force.
Yeah, you're an elite company. You're the first company of your squadron, which gives you that. You're one of the you are usually picked. You're usually considered the best, quote unquote, the best unit, right. And that's who he assembles around himself if he's moving away from the bulk of the army. So there's a bunch of elite companies. When you put a bunch of elite companies together in a special marshal guard, it becomes an elite guard that's hovering around the marshal wherever he's going.
And Borgia himself will be part of the forward scouts.
Yeah, you're probably the only one who's riding ahead of everybody to scout around.
Yeah.
Which will get some tut-tuts from the dragoons because they think it's odd that you're doing that. It seems.
From the dragoons or the cuirassiers?
The cuirassiers.
Right, yeah, because we're the dragoons.
Yeah.
These people are used to me disappearing.
Yeah, your company's perfectly fine with it. It's the 1st Division people who are just kind of like, what are those lot doing? It's like, that's the elite company de la Salle. That's one of their light dragoon units. Oh.
So before we left, did I find time to get fitted for my quote unquote gloves?
You have been, yes.
Okay. Which is what?
It is the death of you in time.
Yeah, ultimately. It's better to burn out than to fade away.
Let me get a not Scotsman to cut your head off.
That wasn't a Scotsman. That was.
Well, he
the
lost him
bald
at
guy.
Cloud, didn't he? Right?
I guess it's been so long since I've seen that movie. He lost to the Frenchman.
Oh.
I think he killed the Scotsman, the fake Scotsman, and then
No,
he
but
lost to the
MacLeod
Frenchman.
is Scottish. He's from the Highlands. It's in the name.
Oh, well. He's from the sky.
Yeah,
MacLeod.
right. I forgot he's from wherever the hell it's called. I forget now. Because it's I love the Renegade versions. They basically say, "Huh? What? Oh no, that's not a thing. It's Old Earth or something. I don't know." Zeist. There we go. I couldn't remember.
So the glove was a holster or something?
It's a hidden dagger that comes out of a from your wrist.
Okay, you're an assassin now.
Could it be like a hidden derringer or something?
It could be if you requested it. They could do it that way.
Yeah, I'd much rather have a pistol than because I don't have. Well, I mean, I'm actually trained in light blades, but I don't have a focus or whatever it's called in it.
And the extra thing that's on top of it, it has +1 to hit because it's well made. And it's also balanced to like you in particular. It's fitted exactly to you. It's weighted a certain way. And does something special. Find it. There we go. Each time you load it, you have to declare what you're loading it with. But yeah, if you go for the second movie, I think they're all from space, but that was a weird turn for them to take. Very weird. You can load it with deadly poison or weakening poison.
Interesting firearm.
As the musket balls are treated a certain way, that's unique to the House of Ravens. But the problem is that it does still hit somebody for the initial Derringer damage, which is like I think it's I would call it. Actually, I don't think Derringers are written out in age in particular.
No, just pistols.
Just be a pistol, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you really can't get much
range. Yeah.
Way shorter
you
range,
really
yeah.
can't get much less damage than a normal pistol, so I don't think you'd want to reduce damage.
Well, maybe I don't like him, and I want his gun to suck, so I want to give him a nice damage.
True.
Actually, I would call it a 1d6 +2 instead of +3 weapon, because it is a Derringer. It's a much smaller caliber pistol, and the ranges are. Well, you see the old pistol ranges for in Fantasy Age, 8 yards, 16 yards. That'll be the Derringer.
8-16.
Yep. So it's very close range, but you can poison people with it. And reloads are, as long as you stay on good terms with the House of Ravens, you can, and you're somewhere where they have presence, you can get reloads. It's not hard for you to find. There's someone who works for them that you can just duck away quickly and reload and get more of those bullets. But if you're somewhere where they don't operate at all, you have to buy it special. You'll have to special order it or find someone who has it.
Okay. It's got deadly poison or what?
It's in Discord.
Oh, thanks.
That's what the guy was using on you during that fight. Except with daggers. Yeah, what are you up to, Duma, as you're riding along with as your cuirassiers are no longer the minority in the group, you're now part of the majority of the unit.
Are there any major villages along the way?
Give me intelligence navigation or cartography, something along that line. There would be. Let me see.
So my question, the particulars of the village aren't that important. What I want to do, if I know this information, is basically, I'll let Borgia get ahead, but not too far ahead. We'll ride into these villages along the road
Mhm.
and like try to rouse the villagers or peasants or whatever to make a good show for the marshal. Just like when the marshal rides through the town, people are out on the streets.
Yay!
Yeah, courtesy of the QSC.
Actually, yeah. Give me, in that case, give me a communication check. Let's see if you can rouse the people to celebrate the passing of Marshal Duval.
Persuasion, or is it something else?
Persuasion makes sense.
Um,
And these are common
Yeah.
folk for any penalties or bonuses you have.
Okay. Yeah, I was gonna ask, am I predominantly moving through like areas that might be common, or larger areas that might have middle class or something?
It's mostly commonish here. You don't really run into a large segment of middle class till you get to Aquahaven. Or closer to Aquahaven. You're about halfway. You're about 2.5 days away from Seabreeze Cove, and another 2.5 yet to get to Aquahaven. Somewhere between Seabreeze Cove and there, you would have encountered somebody. I will give you a +1 to this roll because news of how Seabreeze Cove was taken without a shot, or many shots anyway, it has spread a little bit. So that's the reputation of Gallia kind of be in a good standing with the common folk, rather than you personally.
All right. If I don't think I'm a particularly persuasive person among the common folk, would it be better to start by looking intimidating and going that route, or would there be a chance to say, oh, they're not listening, so I will be a little bit more intimidating? Do I need to start that direction, or can I recalibrate towards intimidation if they're not responding the way I want?
I would let you try communication. If that biffs, then you can try strength intimidate instead, because they are different
Okay.
roles. I'd let you do that.
But yeah, because I'm already at a -5, so -4 with your +1. Because right, I'm a militarist, so that's -3. But then also I just have a -2. I think that's mostly, yeah, it's because of all of that work I did in Lysel to ingratiate myself with bourgeois, and my effort to defend the emperor rather than Lysel itself, right? So it's
You're kind of detached from the common folks' sufferings and struggles.
Yes.
It's hard for you to relate.
yes. So 11. So it may be depending on how ornery they are.
11, you say? Yeah, they're not. I mean, they're not gonna come out with sticks or anything or pitchforks, but they're not particularly enthused to cheer on an invading marshal.
All right, then it becomes no longer so much a suggestion. I mean, I'm not gonna go so far as to like order like sabers to be drawn or anything, but like people walking around in steel breastplates on large war horses are going to inform people that they need to be there.
Strength intimidation. I will give you +2 because you are, as you say, you are walking around with a troop of cuirassier, so hard not to notice that.
And I don't think any of the pluses or minuses come into this.
No.
Yeah.
16.
Yeah.
Yeah, people get the hint that maybe if they that the people, the foreign army and their armor and horses, like probably what happened, you tried to go in by relatively by yourself to say, hey, be nice if you did this, and then when you clued in they weren't gonna, you just marched through town with your cuirassier unit, and people got the hint at that point and started coming out to, especially since all you're asking them to do is turn out and watch the parade, as it were.
In an effort to make sure that maybe the marshal does get a little bit of praise rather than just people are kind of pissed they have to do this, not so pissed they're going to grab pitchforks. Can I ride to the local brewer and maybe the local baker and buy them out of beer and pastries and order those distributed on behalf of the marshal?
The village of Frostvale Hollow. You want to buy bread and circuses is kind of the feeling I'm getting here.
Generally, Isabel wants the marshal to have a positive opinion of her, and so, right, I can't just have a bunch of angry-looking peasants out on the street.
Look,
I was
I made
hoping
them all
they'd be-
angry at you in your face.
Yeah, I was hoping they would be happy willingly, but now I'm going to force them to be here and then try to bribe their happiness out of them. Like,
With
you
free
know,
food and beer.
yeah. The men on horses came and forced you to not go to the field today and instead stand in the middle of town doing nothing. But hey, they also bought and distributed all of the pastries and beer in town, so it's not all bad.
I will say 4 gold.
I will do that.
Oh, well, you're getting a rip for this. I just have to figure out.
I mean, I would argue that in general this is neutral towards the common folk, right?
Yeah, that's where I'm at too. Because you did just counter what the commoners being mad at you. I mean, they're not happy about it either, but they're not mad about it. Somebody's happy about it, and it's a militarist because the marshal's a militarist. Oh wait, I should name what the rep is.
I might
Trade
suggest
of Frostvale.
I might suggest positive militarist, positive middle class, because I did just buy out some merchants of everything they had, and then maybe a negative to Lysel, because I doubt the Emperor's much of a fan of marshals having independent fame. Like the idea that these people are being asked to cheer the marshal rather than like cheer a standard or cheer Gallia in general.
That'll work for me. Parade of Frostvale Hollow. Positive militarist, positive middle class, negative to the salon.
So I'm at 7 for the militarist. I guess if I roll persuasion towards a militarist, it's +10.
Diego Borgia, I believe I'm gonna resolve your scouting thing here.
Okie dokie.
I want to give you time to write or figure out how you wanted to record your new abilities and your weapon.
Yep.
But you do have a job to do, so I'll make you do it. Lazy.
Man's got to make a living.
No, what? Sorry.
Man's got to make a living.
We're gonna call this.
You got to ask yourself, did he fire all of his guns or not? Well, do you feel lucky?
Punk.
En français, s'il vous plaît.
No.
Intelligence, military lore. Also, I say French with such formality, it's worthless. Street French is nowhere near that. So apologies, everyone.
Oh, no, you don't say apologies, you say désolé.
11. Not great, but basic success. Is it enough?
It is, it is not. You find yourself getting, out of position a lot.
Let me re-roll that then.
Sure.
I'm sure that I won't come down to the end of the episode desperately needing an action point. 15.
I don't know. 15 will get it. 15, you are able to, you find that the challenge of this is the fact that you're trying to you're trying to get far ahead enough of everybody, and then, which also gives time for your dragoons to kind of, your light dragoons to dismount and progress forward a little more in hidden.
Right.
Or finding areas where they could scout on horse and then quickly move away, and still have enough time to wheel back, report back to McNeil and everyone else in a timely fashion that this is information's useful. Because like, I report to you that about that force over there was possibly an enemy. Cool, we just passed it an hour ago. Where were you?
Right.
That was useless to us.
Well, the way I'm figuring it is that they're like stages. There's like, kind of the front skirmish line, and then in front of that there's, forward scouts, and then you've got the outriders. So the outriders just report back to the forward scouts. You go back to the screen, who goes back to so it kind of follows that.
Yeah.
So nobody's having to ride all the way back.
Yeah. I will say to you that I'll collect that as the past 2.5 days so far.
Mm-hmm.
Over the past 2.5 days, in general, there are villages and hamlets and such that are out here. You learn of although you probably weren't present for the parade through Frostvale Hollow, but you learn of it fairly quickly. Generally, the populace out here hasn't seen the rigors of the war. They just know it's happening. They know you're here. They've heard Shellstrand has been hit pretty hard. That Seabreeze Cove has done all right so far. But there's not a lot of movement of... You don't really encounter any of the units from Vitlu. You don't see any of their scouts or any of their watchers or anything like that. And you get the feel of the land a bit. Say to you... Oops. Fudge. The land is rather hilly. Lots of rises and falls. Lots of pathways that lance through it. This way and that. So nothing's like super impassable. It's just a lot of blind lines and such.
Right.
But you're able to kind of clear that to in such a way that you don't see the enemy anywhere out there, and you don't see any... Occasionally you might see a small shack that's been abandoned.
Right.
It looks like someone was there recently, but it's been abandoned.
Right.
And the unit around you doesn't really... Like, they'll look around just to make sure no one's hiding under a barrel or something like that, but you will see every so often a impression of a raven or a branding in a barrel or a keepsake on a table, things like that. Where you quickly learn that if you hadn't made a deal with the House of Ravens, you would have likely had your officers under attack this whole time.
Right. Oh, very good. And of course, Diego will be among his men and working right alongside them up front. So
And what is the Captain McNeil up to over the first 2.5 days?
Oh god. Let's try and make nice with the marshal. Obviously, he's gonna be questioning me. So, hey, why'd you brevet this guy? Yeah, you want to explain that? It's like, yeah,
Can
I actually do want to explain that.
Can I actually say that after it looked like I was going to be able to get the bread and beer, that I sent a rider back to McNeil, so that basically McNeil knows, right? So the marshal might know that we actually did this or something. So
I'll take it as an assist for sure. That'll give him a +1 because you don't. And there's no roll for you because you already did it. You already arranged for it, so that'll help with McNeil's roll with the guy.
What kind of role would you like?
Croissant roll would be nice, but failing that, communication.
I've only got cinnamon.
I'll take cinnamon. Cinnamon's good. Communication roll. In what manner are you trying to butter up the good Duval?
Well, if he questions me why I breveted the young previous sergeant, we'll be nice about it, tell him all the sergeant's qualities. Go into great detail about what he did at Lysel. Go into great detail about his other battlefield shenanigans, so to speak. And make him likable. He's not likable normally, but I'll make him likable.
And pointedly not highlighting his close ties with L'Salon de La Salle.
I know nothing about that. If I recall correctly, McNeil knows nothing about anyone's ties to whatever, right? Except Diego's ties to the assassins, but to be fair, we give those assassins too much political power anyway.
I'm pretty sure you know that Diego and Isabel are militarists.
Yes, because you wear your pins openly, but if I recall correctly, our friend doesn't.
Yeah, he doesn't know. And you would know that because militaries are one of the few that will wear their pin, their emblem openly. We will call this seduction. No, I'm just kidding. This would fall under like persuasion, I would say.
Seduction, get out of here. 16 with 4 stump points.
16 will do it. You have your 4 stump points.
Wait, do you want me to take into account all my minuses for militarists if I have any?
You probably should, yeah. Well, I don't think you have that. I think it's like what, -1 all over?
Let me see. -1. Oh, sorry, +1, 2. 1. 0. -1. 0. -1. 0. My god. Make up your mind. Do you like me or not? +1. +2. Ha 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 ha. +2.
You're 10 Islander, not Galleon. Get it right now. Something about roast beef and chips.
So 18 overall, actually, with 4 stump points.
And then +1 again, 19 because of Dumas' assistance.
Yeah, how about that?
Yeah, 19 definitely does.
4 stump points to sway. Look, come on. You may not approve of a man of Castrum serving in the Emperor's army as an officer, but come on, at least this man of Castrum has done something, Whereas the others, they're all lazy gits, I agree. But this one.
As there's a point. You spend some of the days and a half trying to talking up the sergeant's good graces, Bianchi's good graces, I should say, and his achievements and so on. And at some point, I'll say at the 2.5 days mark, when he makes camp, for lunch, just to have everyone stop for a second, eat, feed the horses, clean them and stuff. He calls you to his tent.
I'll go.
Well, actually, more likely would be more that he'd probably ask you to stay behind after a briefing with all the captains, because he'd probably have you all come together for lunch to have the officers' lunch, the command officers' lunch, rather than the others. They can eat over there.
Of course.
He would ask you to stay behind,
Okay, I'll stay behind.
and he would say unto you, Captain McNeil, I must confess something to you, I think. And that is that I will consider the actions of this Bianchi, you called him? Luciano Bianchi, or some castrum nonsense like that?
Yes, Marshal.
I will consider him in his actions, and I expect a detailed evaluation by his commanding officer, and see that he is worthy of joining a storied corps of Gallia.
Yes, Marshal, I shall get the officer at it at once, as soon as he has returned from scouting.
Oh yes, you have one of those light dragoons with the rifles.
Frankly, Marshal, I don't even know what they are myself, but they do good work.
The rifles or the men?
Both, sir.
Ah, what a mixed bag of foreign legion you are.
Yes, sir, the rifles are filthy and loud, and so are the men sometimes, but by Saint Solara, they do good work. Was that all, Marshal?
Oh, I had something else.
I'm listening.
I wonder at your ambitions, McNeil. I have had some study of your achievements and service to the Empire, and as obvious from your name, you are of course a Tin Islander, but you're no mere Tin Islander. You're not some bourgeois who swanned his way into service with a sheaf of leaves, but you are in fact a nobleman.
I did not start out as a nobleman, Marshal. I started out as a regular commoner. It was my achievements at Lumerburg that promoted me into a nobleman.
So what happened
I was like Mr. Bianchi, if I may. Started from nothing and climbed my way up. Clawed, even.
Yes, it is the difference is the Tin Isles have held fast, and the peninsula has bent knee.
'Tis true. But nevertheless, the story remains the same. It is one of perseverance in the face of adversity.
So you persevered your way into an earldom, as I recall, for a little isle in the north, yes?
Yes, Marshal, if you recall correctly, I was serving in Lumerburg at the time when you were with the Emperor, dashing your way across the villages and liberating it in the name of the revolution. And it was the conversations that I had with the government then, and with your side and the Emperor's side, that eventually earned me the right to this little rock just north of the Tin Isles.
So why don't you bend knee of Strathcliffe to Gallia, and instead have it bent toward the High King, as he calls himself?
I'll raise an eyebrow at him. Is he? Wait. Let me get this straight. Is he actually asking me to swear allegiance to Gallia?
He's asking why you
In
haven't.
open. Oh, why I haven't. Well, Marshal, sir. For one, that would result in the swift annihilation of everything that I own and the people that I care for and love on that island, common citizenry, and my family as well. But other than that, sir, may I speak frankly?
He kind of strokes at his mustache a bit. He looks at his rather decorated chapeau and kind of makes a non-committal, like, go-ahead gesture.
I don't want to. The Gallian Empire, sir, has already robbed me of my retirement, which I feel like I earned fairly. Now I am forced to serve Gallia once again. And
You could have
frankly,
resigned,
sir,
fled
Oh,
back to
I-
Strathcliff.
oh, I could have, but I'm not yellow, am I, Marshal?
Well, gold and anchor, but
You know that's not what I mean, Marshal.
A little bit jaundiced, but you know.
I ain't yeller. And
picking up some Finlander parlance, I say.
the fact of the matter is, since this campaign has started, I have gathered more serious ambitions than perhaps retiring in a vineyard in Laysel. But that is something to be discussed at a later date, perhaps.
Perhaps. Though, I'm sure you must know, Captain, that your islander friends may have some opposition to the Emperor's continental system. They may not see this as a fair punishment for their crimes against the people of Lysel.
What my friends in the House of Lords and the House of Commons may say, as of yet, sir, is none of my concern, and neither should it be yours. If I recall correctly, we are not at war yet. I would save reservations about any and all things coming out of the House of Commons and the House of Lords until the High King decides to officially wage war with Gallia.
What of the dead sailors north of Seabreeze?
An unfortunate storm, sir, as the reports gathered it.
What of the injured of your... of the Lady of the Church of the Fifth Company?
If I read the reports that were submitted to Major Leclerc, sir, and if you were to read them yourself, you would see that they all were heading to rendezvous with a ship just off the coast of Seabreeze. However, like I said, unfortunate storm, bad weather.
Let's hope, Captain McNeil, that no more unfortunate storms happen in Aquahaven. I'd hate to see what would happen to your ambitions then. Proof or no proof.
Sir, if I may, I am
You
not
may not.
one...
Good day to you, Captain.
Well, I'll bite my lips and about face and walk out. And
This guy's a tough audience, man.
Give
He's
me
giving you no slack.
You can give me perception empathy.
his stick is so far up his ass he can't see the sunshine anymore.
That's what happens when you get a marshal. You get the baton, that's the stick.
Up your butt. No, never mind.
Whatever intentions Duval has beyond the surface is veiled to you.
Oh, fellas, you know what they used to do with officers in the military? You know, you'd always save a special bullet just for them.
So,
Later on, they saved a special grenade.
eventually, Captain McNeil, you're able to have your your own officers briefing and lunch, because there's the lunch with all the senior officers that you have to attend, then there's the one you probably should hold with your company.
My God, no wonder I'll have gout. Okay, officers' lunch. Let's go. We'll gather at a small campsite just outside of our company's campsite. You know, set up a white tent and a small table for the few of us that are there. We'll serve simple things. Hardtack and pate and some warm tea.
Hardtack and pate. Wow.
I don't think that works.
Sure it does. Have you tried it?
I like my teeth in my face.
One puts hardtack in soup, sir.
Yeah, you have to do something
You have to soak it with
unhard
water.
it.
Right.
Well, that's why the warm tea is there, guys. Have you
Oh,
never
God.
eaten? Oh my God, come on.
Okay.
Oh no, I have. That's why I'm a little alarmed.
Dumas gonna try to rescue this with a couple of gold to say that while in Frostvale Hollow, I picked up some an acceptable assortment of breads, meats, cheeses, and a couple of bottles of wine.
Well, somebody bought it all out, so there's no. You can do that.
I'm the one that bought it all out.
Wow,
I
Dumas,
guess
is that your
here,
answer to everything?
despite not having a town named Porto, this is port wine or Vitlu wine.
Is
It's
your
Vit-
answer to throw money at everything, Dumas? God.
It's mostly to throw the saber, but money also works.
Well, fellow officers, how nice it is to see you again on this sunny day. Diego, I have a task for you.
I will
You
correct
are
you,
to-
sir. It is still quite. It has been raining for the last 2.5 days.
Well, that is quite bloody unfortunate, isn't it? We'll set up a small, what's it called, tarp over us then, so we don't get rained.
Yeah.
Diego, I have an assignment for you. You are to write up a report of the heroics and performance in the military of our friend Luciano Bianchi for the Marshal's consideration so that he may accept him into the ranks of Gallia's officers. Is that alright with you?
Why don't you're a better writer than I am, so why don't you write it up?
See, herein
copy it
lies.
and sign it.
Oh. Are you trying to sift work onto me, Diego?
Well, I mean, I'm still going to have to copy it out to put it in my handwriting, but I mean, when it comes to writing something persuasive, you're better at that than I am. That's under what, GM? Intelligence?
Communications, probably, or intelligence.
What's writing?
It'd be like intelligence calligraphy. If you're trying to make the lettering particularly nice or impressive, but communications would fall under in some regard.
See, here's the thing that I'm afraid of, Diego. The Marshal and I are still on icy terms, so to speak, and I'm afraid he knows what a sweet, honey-tongued devil I am, and he'll see straight through the writing and accuse me of doing, God forbid, nepotism. God forbid.
Okay. Yeah, writing's under intelligence, expressing yourself with the written word.
Well, there you go.
So, if it's quite all right with you, nephew, you hand me the
Sure,
letter, and I can give it a once-over.
I'll write out the report.
Good. As for you, Dumas, I heard what you've done with the village. I would say congratulations, however, I'm not sure you've managed to butter the captain's arsehole enough for the stick to come out yet.
Yeah, I put on the right warning on this video.
Dumas says, I'm unsure what you mean, Captain. The only intent I had with that village was to ensure that Marshal Duval knew how well he was liked by the populace and lieutenants who have ambition.
Oh, spare me. Marshal Duval couldn't see whether his own wife likes him enough, let alone the entire local populace.
Well, perhaps if there's an opening, promotion is yet possible by another method.
You seek to take my chair, Dumas?
I would think the marshal's wife has a higher chair than you.
I see. I see.
Diego will keep his head down writing the report.
Normally, I would be against having my own officers proselytize themselves for rank and wealth, but you know what? You go, girl.
If a Lord of the Ten Isles can serve honorably in the Gallian army while it is in a quasi-war with the Ten Isles, then there is a great breadth of things that are dubiously honorable.
I must ask for your opinion, fellow officers, however. That includes... Is Saffron here as well?
He would be. Yep. Sorry.
Is Dadam here as well?
Nope, but she's still in Seabreeze Cove. She's not part of the elite company. She's part of the 5th.
Ah, okay. Well, I would like your opinion, fellow officers, as to what we might expect in Aquahaven. The Marshal has insinuated that something poor happening with the Tin Isles. I have a sneaking suspicion that the Marshal wishes to drag us into the war, officially. Diego, you were with your men scouting ahead. Have you seen anything out of the ordinary?
No signs of Vitluvian forces. The land's pretty broken up. Lots of hills and vales, lots of pathways cutting through, but we've managed to scout it pretty thoroughly. Not much sign of anyone, an abandoned farmhouse here or there, or shack, but not terribly long abandoned, but not unusual when a large force is heading through the countryside. No sign of enemy forces yet, and we're still days away from Aquahaven, and I haven't read any of the reports on whatever's going on there.
And Isabel, when you were in this village, did you see anything that the Marshal might use to exploit for his own gain, or, in his eyes, Gallia's gain, aside from the obvious which you have given to him on a silver platter?
Did I see anything that would be useful for the Marshal?
Like, obviously he wants to start a war with the Tin Isles. Have you seen any other monks, or any flags, or any ambassadors, perchance, even while you were there?
Perception seeing. You didn't notice anything in particular. Beyond the obvious.
Nothing worth reporting.
Frankly,
must
Uncle,
be
it's
that-
beyond time we went to war with the people who attacked us.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure the Marshal would look greatly upon any officer who could give him the to find the crimes necessary to justify the war.
I feel the situation is a lot more delicate. If Gallia declares war, then Gallia is the aggressor. However, if the Tin Isles declare war, then Gallia will have sufficient support from its allies to continue this as a defensive war, and we will be righteous and just in the eyes of the world, of the
The Tin Isles have already attacked. They tried to assassinate the Emperor and the Princess and laid waste to half of Lysel.
What
more of a casus belli do we need?
As far as the Tin Isles are concerned, that was a rogue group of individuals who have nothing to do with the Tin Isles until
let's declare war on that part of the Tin Isles then.
Until the High King formally declares war, we are stuck in the status quo where the Emperor, the smart man that he is, waits for the true aggressor to shoot first.
I mean, I think righteousness is the feeling you get when you march down the high street of Lynn Castle as a conquering hero, not the feeling you get when you read a piece of paper saying we've been attacked.
Don't be ridiculous. A land invasion of the Tin Isles would never work.
Well, next time, Isabel, just let the Tin Islander ship open fire on our own ship without trying to stop it, and that should give us all the casus belli we need.
I mean, I certainly do have doubts if the Navy could get us to the Tin Isles, but once we're there, I mean, it's a bunch of barbarians with ancient swords and shields. Hardly they're going to stand and fight.
You misunderstand how a bunch of barbarians can prove to be a challenging foe. Gallia, just before the revolution, was just a bunch of cheese eaters and churchmen.
Yes, well, talk about the Tin Islander capabilities to that mass grave of them we left behind us in Lysel.
And It is a
And the
weird
monks.
thing for someone who enjoys Tin Islander food to insult a galleon based on taste.
There is no arguing with you, is there? You'll always
Look at
be right.
McNeil
You'll
as he's
always be
feeding his
right
hard
in your
deck.
eyes. In your eyes, you shall always be the right one. Is that it? Fine. Here's some official orders then. The Marshal's looking for an excuse to start a war. Don't give him one.
Are you not
We're-
reading too deeply into his words, Captain?
Or am I reading too little, perhaps? I fear I do not know. The Marshal appears to be an enigmatic person. Simple as he may be, something is hiding behind those clever eyes of his. Primal sort of intelligence.
Well, he's a marshal. I mean, you don't rise to that rank without having some sort of political skill, not to mention military skill. One hopes, anyway.
Dubious at best, given his accounts, which are largely overblown from the revolution. But you understand the point. He has a knack for buttering up the right people, I suppose.
As do you, sir.
I do not deny it, at the very least. He does. I have no claim to fame in the form of martial prowess or riding alongside the Emperor in the grazing green fields of Gallia.
But weren't you friends with the petty king Blackwood, who killed many Lycelians, sir?
I was. He visited my house in Lysel under the guise of friendship. We spoke at off many times. We exchanged letters.
Is there anything wrong with a little surreptitious buttering?
When it is done for the wrong cause, yes. I
But
had
it's
to
the right
butter up
cause, sir.
Well, I had to butter up the Marshal to get Bianchi brevet, an unofficial brevet of his lieutenancy. I consider that a right cause. Preserving the peace between our two nations, I would consider that a right cause, and I would butter anyone up for it. Let's be frank here, ladies and gentlemen. Should we ever go to war with the Tinals officially, many will die. Galleons will die on a country that is not their on soil that is not their own, and Tin Islanders will also die on a soil that is not their own. And for what? So political figureheads can squabble amongst each other. To me,
Glory,
it's all senseless.
conquest, plunder, the revolution.
In the name of what? What are we revolting against?
High Kings.
What have the High King? I mean, I understand the sentiment, but
Uncle, we're soldiers. It's what we do. And Lord knows, and actually in this case, Lady knows that in warfare, that's when opportunities and promotions arise. Plus, we're citizens of Lysel. That was our home they attacked. You can't expect us to, not bear a grudge and want some of our own back against the people who came out of nowhere on a peaceful morning and attacked our home.
I can
It's a bit
understand.
much to ask.
I can understand all of this, but must blood always be paid in blood? Must we always fight those we disagree with?
What other currency would you have us pay for it with?
Words.
What words did they have for Lysel? You saw what they did. They canned a town with innocent people in it.
Yes.
They could have
And-
just assassinated the emperor with a pistol or a knife. They could have argued on the public court or in economics. Instead, they shelled our home. Well, your home anyway.
Tell
Or
me.
they could have hired one of those assassins they sent after me the other day.
Dumas will speak loudly and say, I think, Captain, your order to avoid war is a lawful one and one that I think we will all see to, but I do not think this day the rest of us will be convinced of its necessity. And push a bottle of wine around, say perhaps another topic.
Fine. Stay unconvinced if you will, but one final word from me, if I may, since the marshal did not allow me to speak. Lieutenant Safwan, you ask what words did the Tenanders have for Lysel. Let me ask you another question. What words did the revolutionaries have for Gallia? Weren't villages and towns smothered in the same way as Lysel was, by your own people, no less?
I try to glare at Safwan in a let it go kind of way.
Give persuasion. Safwan looks incensed.
Any advantage because he's friendly with me.
I'd say +2, and also he's a militarist.
So plus 12 to this.
Yeah, you're likely to get him to clue in.
So does the 28 work?
It does. There's the briefest of moments where Safwan looks like they're about to say something, and then on a glance, you don't even have to say much, you don't have to move much, it's a glance and a slight movement, and Safwan just kind of looks over and... I don't think any answer I could give, Captain, would be appropriate.
Diego stands and says, "It's time I was back with my troops."
Yes, you're
Good
all
day,
dismissed.
Captain.
Go now, go.
With Diego and Safwan moving off, I guess, to avoid conflict, Dumas will stand and say, "Any orders for the company, sir?"
Like I mentioned before, the Marshal is looking to possibly exploit any sort of innocence that we might run across that belong to the Tenals. If, in your true heart of hearts, you do not care for the Tenals, that is fine, but at least you care for the common folk, as you've hopefully exhibited with your little display here in this village. Do try and keep them out of harm.
Dumas gives a intentionally thorough, bow and then salute and walks off.
Oh, and before I forget, Diego, have your action point back. That 11 would have made it. I was looking at the wrong number. Your difficulty for your task was a lot lower than I thought it was.
Thanks.
McNeil, give me perception empathy.
14.
14. You get the sense that as you move about your company, that who are mostly Lyselians, you are, although the three of them are Safwan, Borja, and Dumas are all militarists. Not all of Lysel, of the elite company of Lysel is, but a lot of them still have, rather than a militarist point of view, there's very much a you can sense that morale in the unit isn't terribly... It's high in the fact that they're doing well and stuff, but they're not really sold on this war with Vitlu. Because they seem to hold... Not you, but they do hold... They're not satisfied with how the Tin Isles were dealt with. This whole Continental system doesn't really make them excited. Although you know from a high political point of view, it is a punishment. It is economically a big punch in the face, but... You can get that general feel that most of the Lyselians in your unit, which is the majority of your company, kind of have similar views to those three.
Alright. Sadly, I know that they wish to burn the entire isle down. But I'm
they
afraid
want a
this-
hanging... Well, sorry, they want a guillotine moment, and they didn't get to have one, really. It's like, well, it happened, just happened away from you. Like, it happened somewhere else in some court somewhere.
Like I said, nobody cared when the revolutionaries did it.
Well, there's no convincing the GM. It's them you have to worry about.
Of course, but people keep giving sly glances to one another. Anyways, go on.
But yes, you have another 2.5 days left to Aquahaven. Anything of a special maneuver or plan the three of you have? I will say the rain does let up. It becomes rather windy and it gets kind of loud sometimes. Think like 19-mile-per-hour winds, 30-kilometer-per-hour winds. So it's windy,
Ooh.
it's noticeable, but it's autumn. It's going to be a bit cold. You're dressed for it. You're in the mountains. It's not the worst thing in the world, honestly. It's just
Diego.
at least it's not raining anymore.
Diego will make his rounds among his unit and make sure everybody's has their rain cloaks, that they're keeping their feet dry, and socks, a paired change of socks, and the horses are being properly tended to for the weather and everything.
Give me another intelligence mill trailer.
13.
13 will do it. And I'll say to you, to cap off your roll, that you're able to check, and it seems you are it's not like you're being undersupplied by the rest of the elite guard. The quartermaster's doing their job and making sure all these companies who don't work together all that often. Like, this is the first time you guys have all been called up as the 7th Corps elite guard. So there is a sort of testing out, but you're finding that whatever tensions McNeil may have with the marshal, that doesn't seem to be shared by that tension doesn't exist among the captains. The other captains seem to you don't run into a lot. You find your men aren't running into conflict that's bleeding down from the officers.
Cool, yeah. But I was really just making sure that they were, as protected and warm and doing what they needed to do to stay healthy as possible.
Oh, and they are. And
In
they
the
have
crappy
all
weather.
the tools to do so.
Cool.
I will leave the so when on the march, I'll take a active role in the leadership of the Kiasi, but when in camp, I will make a concerted effort to be near the headquarters of the whole elite guard, mostly in an attempt to get so if the marshal needs something done, right, here's an officer with troops who's ready to go right now, right, basically trying to get first call of any tasks the marshal wants done.
There's a roll there. I just have to figure out what it is. It's probably communication of some kind. Communication of some kind. Communication, like persuasion, etiquette, I would say. Leadership might be takeable here as well, now that I think of it. You're trying to make yourself available and your troops available.
Against who?
To get Duval to pick you out of other officers. Or at least the people under him to pick you out.
I guess that was my question, right? The persuasion is the obvious choice for me if it's against Duval. If it's against one of his officers, it might not be the best choice based on their allegiance.
Oh, that's true.
Because I will say, generally, it's pretty rare for officers of his rank to write their own orders. They generally have a staff officer who does the actual writing and handing off.
So the staff officer that you learn is the one that you need to convince to make you, to get you the slot, as it were. You learn quickly that they are a member of the Le Salon de la Selle.
Wow. Not terrible. But okay, so that kind of just balances out because I only have persuasion, but at a persuasion I'm at a -2. If I had any of those other skills, they would be the obvious choice. But it kind of doesn't matter.
Yeah, it all falls into communication. Yeah.
So that's an 11.
Might do. 11 does it actually. One of the as you're making yourself available, some discussion happens in the tent. I mean, lots of discussion happen with the marshal as he's being updated on what's going on, looking over stuff he's learned about the march south and all that, which you're not privy to, being a lieutenant. But you are eventually one of the staff officers looks about and says, "You there, Lieutenant Dumas, is it?"
Walk. Is there a captain there, Major? What are they?
They are. Let's see how far up the chain they are. Actually, no. This would be a captain. I've corrected myself because this is the elite guard.
Then I'll walk up, give a brisk salute, and say, "Yes, Captain, Lieutenant Dumas."
Right. You have some cuirassiers used to rougher ground, yes, and a bit of diplomacy.
Yes, Captain.
All right. There's a port north of Aquahaven. I'd like you to secure the port for the ships to make landing. We're gonna have some people move from Shellstrand over to Aquahaven. We'd rather have we want to be assured. The marshal wishes to be assured that the port north of Aquahaven will be amenable to the Galleon Navy. And I'd rather it was a Sea Breeze Cove solution, not a Shellstrand solution.
Yes, Captain. And sorry, I was looking at my sheet. Which town did he say? Because I thought he said Shellstrand, but was it just an unnamed town north of Aquahaven?
A port north of Aquahaven. You can ask him the
Okay.
name, and he'll give it to you. Just
Oh yeah.
he just didn't say it. The port of Glacier's Edge.
All right. Can I use the 4 stunt points on manipulate? I would like him, if possible, to write these orders in such a way that it requests that me and Lieutenant Sifwan and his people go, but the orders are specifically for me, kind of putting me in charge of this.
Give me a moment. My thing's fighting me.
'Cause,
You see there.
Yeah, manipulate says you could prompt him into a rash
yes.
action, so just like he doesn't think this through as much as he really should.
Do you want? Sorry. Say it again. Just make sure I'm clear.
I want him to send me and Safwan, but to write it in such a way that it puts me in charge of this.
Yeah, you can do that. Captain won't think too much on it. Your orders, Dumas?
I salute, say, appreciated, Captain. We will achieve the marshal's will, and then I'll back out. And I will go find Safwan.
You find him easily enough as he's in formation and such, like tending to his part of his troop.
I hand him the orders, and I say, I've managed to arrange for you and me to take an excursion.
Huh. Oh. Looks like they're testing you.
Yeah, it is curious the way this is written, but we'll make the best of it, I think.
Oh, I think so.
Surprised
you got Captain Mauve to be all right with this. Usually, the folk of the salon tend to like to take a bit of glory for themselves. Wonder why he handed this off. I suppose it is a port town.
Hey.
Not like there's a ton of glory for him to get.
A quick word and I like knock my knuckles on the steel breastplate, and a sharp uniform can convince many captains to not accurately pay attention. Speaking of captains, I'll inform McNeil, and then we can move out.
Thinking of bringing both our troops to march on the port, or you just want to go half strength?
No, we'll go in force.
Okay,
the captain, that's the letter of the captain's word.
Interesting. All right, I'll be ready to go. Just have a runner see me, and we'll move when you're ready, or see me yourself, I suppose.
And then I'll march to McNeil's tent.
What's McNeil in the middle of?
I'd like to say that I'm writing some orders for tomorrow, just general stuff. Seeing as how it's the nice weather these days, I was gonna tell some of the men, like, hey, I'm giving you permission to go and forage out in the land, see if you can hunt a couple of boars or maybe a deer, and we'll have a company dinner, for the whole company.
Intelligence, military lore, or communication leadership to get the orders squared away. Or, I suppose, writing, intelligence writing.
You just want that intelligence roll. Fine.
Right, yeah.
With military lore, that would be +2, so 15.
Hey, one of them was communication, so there. A 13 will do it, yeah. As you're able to sketch out the orders you're looking. By the time Dumas gets here, you're able to sketch out the orders you're looking for, and you won't be complete because there's a lot you'd have to do for that. But it's done enough that all you have to do is the little formality bits of like, change, this name here, that name there, this move there on that day, yada yada. The core of your message is assembled.
The core of my message is go hunt a deer and let's eat. The weather is nice. Okay. I will receive Dumas. Yes, Lieutenant.
I'll hand the orders towards McNeil and say, Captain, me and Safwan are to be detached at the Marshal's will.
The Marshal's will? I'll look at the letter. Did the Marshal really write this?
Yeah, the Marshal has orders, and Captain Mauve was to find a solution to the problem, and Captain Mauve has found that solution to the problem.
Well, perhaps the dear captain should have checked with me first, but that's quite alright. Are me and the good captain on okay relations?
Yeah, you saw him at the dinner. Captain Mauve is alright. He's a man of the salon, but you're not of any faction, so he was happy to talk to you, because Salonites like talking to people from various factions, generally.
You and Safwan, is that it?
Yes, Captain. And a good opportunity. It takes us towards a port town. So, rather than anyone else go near the coast where Tin Islanders tend to appear, it'll be us. So perhaps your intentions to keep Duval from finding his Casus Belli are working out.
I should hope that you have kept my words in mind. Very well. You
As I
and
said,
Saffron.
Captain, your orders are lawful. It is not a question of whether I like them or not.
Very well. You and Saffron are hereby detached then. Report to the other captain and keep your nose clean, will you?
Undoubtedly, sir. And I'll leave. Happy in the fact that, not explicitly saying, because I did show him the orders, but there is no other captain. And I'll find. I'm not going to see. It's me. We're leaving. There is no one else we're taking with us.
Okay. Fun. Just like we're giving too much autonomy to the Assassin's Guild of Vitlu, perhaps I'm giving too much autonomy to my officers.
as your company is now down to a third of its strength.
Yeah, we got like what, 25 men. That's all Diego's dudes.
It's
25
the,
plus 8. You have the 8
it's the
grenadiers as well.
it's the problem with being in a chain of command.
Did we give back the cannons?
Those would have been pulled back into normal.
Okay. Yeah, I figured as much.
Yeah, they'd want those for Seabreeze Cove and such. And the marshal wouldn't want to be dragging around cannon. That's why I rephrased. I was like, wait, he wouldn't be dragging around cannon if he could help it. He's trying to move quickly to Ockwave. So yeah, you're able to get back to your unit there, Dumas. You can see Saffron's men kind of all they're starting to pull. They're starting to get ready to pull away from the general camp so they can detach away.
Yeah, I'll say, I'll write up to Safwan and say, Tavian, I think you can take the rear.
Better to have cuirassiers up the front. He kind of he taps his hat in a salute. It starts getting order. It starts barking out orders to get his men ready to follow after yours.
Dema thinks she could get used to being saluted.
Thus, I imagine you march forth.
Mm-hmm.
Borgia, you in time see Dumas and Safon's troop, some 100 strong, start pulling away from the camp and marching north as you're coming back.
Did you want me to make a roll for riding that thing on? Oh God, I'm blanking on Rob's name. His character's name.
Bianchi.
Bianchi, yeah.
The dirty Casterman. I mean, no, Bianchi, you're right. Yeah, give me intelligence writing.
Sorry, Bianchi. Now I'll spend an action point on that. I do want him. I've been wanting him to get his justice arts since the academy. So
That sounds.
Do you have that out for him or something?
there we go. No, Boris has always been got a little pissed that he didn't get an officer post even in militia. 16.
I will say that it doesn't happen with immediacy, but in the breadth of time, Duval will permit the breveting of Bianchi, and then it will be communicated back that through the chain that Should Bianchi prove himself in battle, then his officer he can be formally gazetted by McNeil. But for now, Duval is willing to allow them to have it. He's willing to let it go.
Fair enough.
Oh, so
Especially since he has recommendations between his captain and his lieutenant. It's like, well, okay, you seem to be... And Duval isn't fighting back too hard on it, but he does want to see him do something other than... He wants to see a battlefield achievement rather than a diplomatic achievement.
Well, and Borgia's still scouting and definitely wants to get a look at Aquahaven as soon as he can.
Give me a perception test. Seeing.
$13. Am I using like my if I'm using my spyglass, it'll go up to 14.
Well, my thing will pop up. There we go. The spying upon Aquahaven after another 2.5 days or so. So took you about 5 days to march from Seagrass Cove to Aquahaven. The speed of imagine how slow you'd be going if you weren't on horse.
Right.
But you can see from your vantage point that Aquahaven. There is the township of Aquahaven itself, and then there's Fort Aquahaven. You can see the banner of the 7th Corps and over Aquahaven, but you see there's the banner of the 1st Corps over the Fort of Aquahaven. You see that the 1st Division is, given its size, because it is a sizable amount of people, even minus your first clerks, or rather the 1st Squadron, it is still a sizable amount of soldiers, so they've kind of been, you can see the massive amount of camps that are surrounding Aquahaven. You can see there's a sizable amount of camps around Fort Aquahaven.
I'll send back a report that it looks like both the fort and the town are in Galleon hands.
This eventually percolates to you, McNeil.
Oh, grand. And,
I'm disappointed. I have to find a way to lead a forlorn hope. It's one of my character goals.
well,
I need a siege, goddammit.
I'll send a runner back to Diego, with my congratulations, and tell him that I shall mention him in the dispatches towards the marshal. Because it is every soldier's dream to be mentioned in the dispatches.
That's fair enough.
That way he won't whinge and whine when you're being recommended for promotion. Like, no, you've heard of him.
Yep.
Meanwhile, Dumas and Safwan march upon a town some distance north to Glacier's Edge. Oh, I already put it there. Sorry, I thought I didn't copy it over. As you march upon the township, the village, the port ship, if you will, it is a minor port. It is not nearly the grand town of Shellstrand. It is a port that I will ask for intelligence. It's not military lore. It's naval stuff, I believe. I believe naval is actually highlighted differently.
11.
Nautical. Anyway. 11 and Safon will try to help. Well, he didn't really help. And 11 will tell you that this is not as impressive a port as Shellstrand. It doesn't look nearly as, or it's not nearly as big as Shellstrand or Seabreeze Cove. It is a port. It is a port.
Does it have any kind of walls?
It has like fencing. to keep out like wild animals and or people or from things wandering out, but it's not really it's not fortified in any grand way.
Is that fencing even enough to like keep us from riding through it?
You could probably hop the fence if you felt inclined.
Okay.
Like the horse would never hop it on their own, but if a rider could just run up to it and just hop the fence, it's not that hard.
Okay. Then we'll ride towards the center of the village,
Swap you around so your head's more prominent.
stopping when we come across the first person.
Yeah, it's hard not to. Do you go in with your full 100, or do you just ride ahead of them into the town?
No, we ride in a column. I mean, I'm at the head of that column, but we ride in a column.
Give me I'm thinking strength intimidate, but I think I'm going to give you more than just a +1. Given the situation. Haha. No.
Well, I can go ahead and roll, and you can.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. I'll go ahead and spend. I'll go ahead and spend a thing on that.
Yeah, I think an action point on 3 ones would be a good idea. I can't imagine why.
Actually, I kind of hope hope this is a decent bonus.
+3.
+3 would make it 12.
12. Oh, and you assist, friend? You do. You get +1 on top of that.
13.
13 probably just does it. I think I needed 13. For the people who are there. Yeah. So there is a militia of sorts, a town guard, who look like they want to. You see the phantom of them beginning to mount a defense to stop you. But very quickly it melts away. There's eagerness at first, and then they see the first 25, and they see the rest of that 25 and 50 of yours, and then the column continues over the horizon. There's more of you. Half of you are cuirassiers, half of you are dragoons. That's a lot of you. That's way more than they are. And yeah, they have a couple cannon, although it's meant for port defense, not fighting on land. So of the cannon that they have, only one of them's pointed south. The rest are still being moved. Yeah, no, they don't really. Certain officers decide to not start shooting at you or begin shooting at you. You see there's people there, but you very quickly see a gentleman guard step forth, and they seem to be in a white uniform with various minor decorations that are foreign to you. You're not really sure what they mean. They probably mean something to the Vitluians, but you can tell he's an officer of some kind. A guard captain. To saying officer, he is of a militia after all. He steps forward and with a white banner over him. He has a person with him as he's walking along.
We don't have yet a Galleon-aligned government here, do we?
No, you have an occupational force currently. There's no government support here. Not yet, anyway. Seabreeze Co, but that's different. They've only stated their authority up to their walls, and they stop there.
Then I will ride towards them and say from horseback, good sir, I am looking for someone notable from this village who can formally uh, except it's oversight by the Gallian army in pursuit of the blockade of the 10 Isles. Are you that man?
They stare at you for a beat. Look at the person next to them. Look back to you. We have a village mayor. If you are seeking some sort of formality, I suppose. I'm more concerned with whether all those bluecoats behind you mean harm to the port and its people.
I will say certainly not. We are here to ensure that the immoral, pirate-like Tin Islanders do not attack your pristine village in retaliation for your noble defense of the Continental system.
And you are, good lady?
Lieutenant Isabel Dumas of the Grande Armée of Gallia.
What would you ask of us? Whom would you rather ask it of? My concern is the defense of the people of Glacier's Edge. The higher mind of it and the formal of it, frankly, is going a bit beyond me. So, not sure what I can do for you, Lieutenant.
You are an officer of notable rank here, are you not?
I suppose I am, yeah.
Well then, if the mayor was allowed to follow his heart and join in the Galleon blockade of the 10 Islands, would you honor his instructions?
I suppose I would, yeah.
Then I think I should have an afternoon meal with you and the mayor, where we can arrange the lifting of the burdens on the mayor's conscience. And should all be in order and appropriate documents signed, then we may not even stay more than a single night here.
Right then. I will, begging your pardon there, Lieutenant, I will go about seeing to the mayor and see what she thinks of it, what her plans are, and see to that meal, I suppose.
Perhaps you might organize your men in parade for a short announcement of celebration once the documents are in order.
Looks back, says something to the person next to him, and they nod and shrug, and he shrugs at you and says, all right, Lieutenant, suppose we could, muster up a parade. We haven't done one in a bit, but, so you forgive us, we're not meaning any harm, we're just, we haven't seen, such a like in a while, so.
Well, I am certain that there might be some hesitation among many in the village with respect to delicate political matters. But if they see the weight lifted from the mayor's conscience and they see your undying support for the mayor and your men's undying support for you, then I think all of Gallia will rejoice, and there need be no ill will between the people of Glacier's Edge and Gallia.
Well, so long as your men don't break up the, ice carvers, we'll, see to you rightly then. Yeah? The person next to him kind of talks to him, whispers at him, and then he goes, says, he says in broken Gallian, we welcome you with all due formality and respect, and we will see to your suggestions. He nods. As you notice, his trade is very heavily accented in Vitluian, so some of it's getting lost in the translation a little bit. Lots of, I suppose, every so often, which is you're losing him a little bit, or he's losing you. Better way to put it.
So did he say that last bit in Gallian or trade?
In Gallian. The first bit's been in trade this whole time.
Okay, yeah. I will say back to him in Gallian. Never has a village had such an honorable captain.
Give me... It's a communication roll, I just don't know what.
Yeah, my whole kind of thing here is just... I am telling you the way it is, and as long as we all kind of agree to this narrative, then everybody gets to go home happy. So that's why I didn't ask him if he was all right with anything.
Communication leadership to see if he is. It's clarity of it, and also if he has any resentment about it. He'll do it. Like he's intimidated that he isn't really going to fight you. It's more a matter of how much he's going to be annoying about it, or if not annoying, misunderstand what you're telling him. Because the problem is, you're a very professional military and academy graduate, and he's a guard captain, and it's not like it's the cell guard where you had a militia and they actually did drills and stuff. It's like, no, he's just some guy who keeps people from stealing and breaking stuff, and he's negotiating this high level thing. He's like,
So I assume either middle class or common.
Well, let's find out together.
Okay.
He's a man of the church.
All right. That puts us at a -2. I'll spin the point because I don't want to kill this guy because he misunderstood. A 10? That's the best I can do for him.
10, let's see if Safon helps. Safon does help.
So 11.
11. I think 11's the number we needed for him to get it. Don't misunderstand. This is a bad time to not understand what she's talking about. 11's exactly what you needed. So yeah, there's a lot of the poor captain not not understanding and him trying to correct things. And you soon learn that he's not trying to defy you. It's straight up, he doesn't understand how it works. This is the fact that he knows at all about parades means that he must have had a parade happen at some point in his career here at the port, like some noble or some such passed through. But this person is well out of their depth, but you're helping them catch up and understand in a way that doesn't offend you or your military.
Oh, and yeah, that may be a miscommunication. When I said parade, when I said bring his man to parade, I didn't mean like we walk down the main street or anything together. I meant like in the town square, they form up and as a unit, we'll form up as a unit, and then the mayor will say what needs to be said.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a little miscommunications like that where you're like, no, that's not what I mean. No, that's not what I mean.
Yeah, I don't mean we're gonna celebrate your harvest festival together.
Should we get the market stalls out? We could do that. No. And Cephalon going, hold on.
We don't have time to make banners. What are we gonna do?
Yeah, you have a
Dariana?
rather relatively peaceful, if not fraught, takeover, because whatever battle they were gonna do with you, they've quit. They didn't see the sense of it. Especially since normally you get the feeling you quickly learn after, especially since you succeeded at this, you learn that normally if this port was at danger, they'd send someone running to. They would buy just enough time for Fort Aquahaven to get here, or Shellstrand or something. Like there's a bigger military nearby usually, so there was a consideration of maybe we'll do a brave defense like LaSalle did, but nah, we're good. we're not willing to die over this. Especially since you're not putting anyone to gun, you're not stealing anything. You're just saying, hey, be a port, acknowledge the Continental system. Okay, that means you don't kill us, right? Yeah, pretty much. Oh, okay then. Meanwhile, McNeil and Borgia. The two of you finally come to the walls of Aquahaven. And you notice that the elite guard starts milling around and starts setting up camps near the grand camp of the second division, in and around Aquahaven.
Whose flag flies above the parapet of the fort?
Of the first corps, it's an Armenian flag.
Oh, very good.
So none of your troops are housed within the fort.
Huh, okay. Well, right. Orders to my men. Diego, you're the only one here. Let's set up camp and let's wait for official instructions from the marshal. In fact, I'll send a runner right to him now, but you start getting your men comfortable here outside the walls. I assume we'll be spending some time here.
Yes, sir. So, and the 7th Corps flag flies over Aquahaven itself, right?
Right.
Well, I'll send a runner over to the marshal, asking for orders.
Very quickly, Captain Moore comes to meet you, actually.
Oh, yes, Captain.
Captain McNeil, the marshal summons you.
Wait, weren't you supposed to be in that little port town just north of Aquahaven?
No, I passed on orders to on behalf of the marshal to Dumas and Safwan to.
Oh, I see. I must have misunderstood. I thought you were leading the action yourself.
Oh, for a small port town like that, they'll fold, especially with 100 horse. No, there's no reason for me to be there.
Very good. Lead the way, will you?
He waves you along, and in quick order, you find Marshal Duval along with the various other captains. You now see other captains that you're familiar with as you kind of walk in the middle of a briefing that they didn't wait for you to show up. Duval's being briefed on what the second division has learned about Aquahaven. You see that your fellow captains of the 2nd Division are quite irritated. And you see this various... actually, no, it wouldn't be captains. It'd be the much higher echelons of the Corps. So there's... so I'm actually incorrect. There's some captains here who are listening, and you're kind of brought in with them as Duval's being briefed by the various other higher-ups. Give me... You might learn something during this. Intelligence, military lore, or perception, empathy.
15.
15. You get you're able, even though you walked in the middle of a conversation, you're able to pick up what's being talked about. The 7th Corps' understanding was that they were gonna take Aquahaven and Fort Aquahaven, and 1st Corps was just there to make sure to kind of pull their attention. But somewhere during the battle for Aquahaven, the battle turned into a race to the fort, and the Almanians got there first, and they're not leaving. Which has this weird position of, well, we took Aquahaven, but they have the fort, but we're not fighting the Almanians. They want us to give Aquahaven, but we're not going to do that because we kind of need it for the southern march. So they want to Marshall to kind of clarify with the 1st Corps officer, like, what are you doing? What's going on? Like, there's a big confusion here, which even Duval himself is irritated because he clarifies that on his end that was his understanding. The understanding was that they were just they were going to stay on their side of the border, and if they were needed, sure, come across. But really, their job was to kind of just draw attention, pull people to the border. And then,
Of course, the Germans being Germans, they decided to stay. Of course, we've discussed this.
You got yourself a Teutonic situation here, right? You invited them for help, and they just kind of stay there for a couple hundred years.
Okay, well, so the other captains are also feeling like a little bit annoyed at the situation.
Well, the higher up, so like the majors and generals and other such, they're all thoroughly annoyed. The captains that are here, the ones that are of your division, yeah, they're annoyed because they've had to deal with this the last while. They're sometimes asked to clarify on things. You're not, obviously, because you weren't here. You were off in Seabreeze Cove this whole time, which no one minds. Everyone understands that you were off doing that, and there's good. They must have heard good news. So it's like, oh well, hey, at least something went right. something went without a hitch. Whereas Aquahaven, the guys in charge of Aquahaven did not have as smooth a transition of power.
Okay, well, I'll patiently listen and wait if he's got any questions for me.
Duval eventually says, Captain McNeil, if you'll step forward.
Sir. I'll
you
step forward
have some understanding of etiquette and protocol, yes?
Sir?
I want you to have a feel for the officers up at the fort and see if you can ask them in your way to get out of my way. But say it nicer.
Sir, one small problem, sir. I don't speak Almanian. Do we have a translator, sir?
I can have one provided for you. He looks around, and some officer or another that you will never likely talk to again says I have somebody, and says, okay, you can have that one then.
Very good, sir. Is it all right if I bring the rifles with me, sir?
That's probably a wise thing to do.
Very good, sir. It shall be done, sir.
Oh, and Mauve, how's the port doing? We have yet to hear back, but we expect a runner soon. I was wondering why you're still here. Marshall, it's don't worry, I'll have a word and we'll figure it out. Captain Mauve just has a look to you and look to everyone else, and no one wants to get in that conversation. Like, no, you kind of dug your own way down. you, as everyone else quickly realizes, he probably should have gone. It doesn't look good that he didn't go.
Oh man, This marshal's a piece of work. Oh man. Okay.
Off to your duties then, McNeil. He waves you off, and then the briefing goes on about other matters.
Sir. And I'll go over and find Diego.
I
Diego,
think I
where do
found
I?
us a good place to camp. It gives us a little bit of protection from the weather. We'll fold in the ground here.
That's grand.
Oh, Borjai.
Finish studying.
Quick flashback as this conversation begins.
Oh.
In your tent, you find that there is a note with the raven on its wax.
I was wondering if I was going to have to seek them out or if they'd seek me out. I shall read this mysterious missive.
You see a sketching of a person, and you see a name and rank. Where? Oh, there. You see a Armenian officer lady, and her name being Lieutenant Lisel Bertram.
All right. Any other information on this little note?
You are to ensure that that you show her your gloves in as efficient as way possible.
So to kill her.
As it dawns on you that the protection did not extends to the 7th Corps, not to the 1st Corps. So you probably would have gotten this letter like mere moments before McNeil strides over to you. Like you just finished up, you're getting ready to kind of relax and do something else, and then, oh, there's a letter, I'll read it. And then McNeil's there. It's like, oh.
I'll slip that into a pocket.
Diego,
Yes, sir.
how goes?
Found a good place to camp. Think we've got some good natural defenses here, some protection from the weather. Shouldn't get flooded out in the storm.
Finish setting up camp, and then have all the troops ready to move out. We're going to speak to the Alamanians.
About what?
If they could kindly leave this fort.
Oh. All right then.
Yes, well, the Marshal has expressed his desire to have this fort as his own, and he has seen it fit to send me, and I have seen fit to bring you along with me.
Well, fair enough. I will mention that the rifles aren't going to be that big of a impressive kind of force out in the open ground, but I can certainly put them in positions to take the walls under sniper fire if that's what you're wanting.
We're not expecting any conflicts for now. We are merely going in as a delegation of sorts. They are our allies, after all.
Fair enough, but shouldn't we be prepared just in case there is a conflict? At least a few of my men on Overwatch.
Against who?
Everybody. In case the Alamanians refuse in a forceful manner, let us say.
Killing the messenger is never a good idea, you know.
Whoever accused the Alamanians of having good ideas all the time, or anyone else for that matter. I'm not.
We may rag on them from time to time, nephew, but the Alamanians didn't build their empire by being foolish men and women.
Fair enough. I'm just saying that if we need to get out of there in a hurry, having some men to give us covering fire would not be the worst idea.
If I let you place 2 or 3 men to give us covering fire, will you stop nagging about it?
Yes.
Good. Go do it,
sir.
then.
Yes, sir.
And then get the others into dress uniforms and ready to move out. Shakos on, not those silly little caps you like to wear.
Dress uniforms, right. Sir, you realize that the rank and file don't really have dress uniforms.
But you have Shakos, don't you?
Yes, should anyway.
Someone
Then
mixing up
Shakos instead of the caps, Diego.
Oh, well. Fine.
Diego,
Uh,
it's fine. They were all sold off like a month ago.
Right, yeah, because everybody's got the nice shady,
No one wants to
slouch
carry
hats
them
now.
around.
Right, yeah, they're all gone.
You know,
Um,
it was like a TV show. Like the camera would like pan over to some small village you pass through, where there's like a chicken like sitting in
Right.
one.
Right. Okay. So yeah, I'm going to. Where's my force list? Go. Whoop. So yeah, I'm actually going to put 8 men on Overwatch. Some of my best sharpshooters, and so we'll gussy up 25 of us, as gussied as riflemen can get anyway. I mean, Diego has a dress uniform, but
Say again. Sorry, my brain was on another topic.
so I'll put 8 men on Overwatch in good positions, some of my best sharpshooters, and then get the others dusted off and looking as respectable as possible for a unit of riflemen.
Give me intelligence military lore.
Click back over here. 16. And I can't roll stunt points to save my life.
Pretty sure you beat me, even if this is a. Yeah, you beat me. So you're able to position your sharpshooters without drawing too much attention from the fort.
Okay. Yeah, and they're under orders only to shoot if things go completely sideways, or I give them the signal. And then, yeah, I will change into my dress uniform, which is very nice and well tailored. It is listed as fine dress uniform.
It actually fits and stuff.
And
Yes.
we'll bring the translator along with us.
Right. What's this translator's name?
George.
Of the
No,
jungle.
This is going to become our favorite NPC.
Oh, no, you're doing it. I keep grabbing the wrong one because they both start with W.
I need a French name. Henri.
Nope.
Nah, they'll sit with no, be someone with this rank. Actually. Captain Eldrick Galini.
Oh, he's a captain. Goodness.
Grabbed from elsewhere in the 2nd Division. It's like, yeah, it's, whoever the major was, like, oh, I find someone. Hey, Captain Galini, you know Albanian, don't you? I do. Help Captain McNeil with this. Okay. I guess that's what I'm doing today.
Yeah, and while I'm in between placing troops and getting everybody gussied up, I will memorize the drawing and then toss it in the envelope into a campfire as I walk by.
Give me a willpower self-discipline roll. Memorize.
Oh, I see. Huh. Here's a stunt point finally. 11.
11 does it. It's not that hard because you're not
Okay.
remembering for terribly long.
Right. Okay. I actually have 2 stunt points. What am I going to do? What am I going to do?
I'm gonna do something.
Something, because I finally rolled some stunt points. Not in combat or anything, but for God's sakes.
Oh well, I'm about to go somewhere else. Bye.
Bye.
Oh, we're back. Hooray! This is what happens when I click on my shortcut bar. I just flicker somewhere else. We're okay. We're fine. I didn't break anything. Oops. Wrong person.
Maybe insight. Give me a +1 when performing an action that logically proceeds from this one, like an investigation.
Very good. You could do something along that line, yeah.
Yeah, like I don't know. Maybe I can recognize her unit badge from the sketch or something when we're looking at people. And I, as I join up with McNeil, brushing the last of the folds out of my uniform, I kind of. You speak Winilani, right?
No, I speak Galleon and Tin Islander and trade, actually.
Okay, so I
I
will
haven't
talk
leveled
to
up my
you.
linguist.
I'll talk to you in trade then, and say the Armenians have two problems, but not just the Seventh Corps, but also they didn't arrange to have their suits properly tailored.
My eyes will widen.
Captain McNeil! You hear a call out as Galini's rides over on his horse.
Diego will kind of step back and salute the arriving captain.
Captain, how do you do?
How do you do? How do you do? It gets off his horse and strides over to shake your hand.
Well, we were just about to head out. Care to join us?
Not at all, not at... And his eyes look over at Borgia and he stops.
Bye.
Is there a problem, Captain?
I hope you don't take this at all personal there, Captain McNeil, but, what's a Borgia doing with you?
Portia?
He is my officer
Ah.
and my adopted nephew.
Oh, okay. Well,
Nothing like a bit of nepotism in the military, if you know what I mean.
I'm
Diego rolls
sure
his
the
eyes
Borgias
to
are
himself.
fully familiar with that. But I think the McNeils are of a finer sort, so I won't hold it against you.
Why does everybody assume? Never mind. Yes, Captain. Why don't you head over to the gate? Lieutenant Borgia and I have some things to discuss, private company matters before we head in. It will be 5 minutes. Is that all right with you?
He gives a look at Borgia. His face turns rather dark. A frown starts to build. Then he kind of
Borgia gives him an evil smile.
tugs at his uniform. And then the smile turns right back on when he looks back to you, McNeil. Of course, Captain. I'll see you in a bit. Strides off.
What seems to be the problem here? Did you shag his mother or something along the lines?
No, he's Gallieni. You know, the same family as that sellsword the Tin Islanders sent after me.
You're making friends everywhere you seem to step. Now, I'm sorry, but did you just say that there's an assassination contract with one of the Germans and one of the Almanians?
Not on one of them.
On multiple of them? By Lady Solara, what's going on?
Well, you have to understand that the Guild of Tailors is a force in Vitlu. We, on behalf of Gallia, have made an accommodation with them. So they're not messing with us. Almania, however, has not. And so their officers are fair game to the Tailors.
And now you've become their tool to execute their whims? By Saint Solara's unshaved minge, I knew it was a mistake to give all this power to them.
They already had this power in Vitlu. And no, I'm not their tool to get this. But I am the tool telling you that as part of your negotiation, the Almanians are in deeper trouble than they may realize. It's, they're all their officers are fair game, and the Ravens, the Tailors are going to make them suits whenever possible.
Who? Do you have names? Names, ranks, anything.
Anyone who's an officer. It's just like what riflemen do, what voltigeurs do on the field. You start taking out officers, the highest rank you can get first, and then work your way down through NCOs. Same concept, different modus operandi.
Troubling news, to say the least. Look, can I count on you not to pull your blade on any of them?
I don't pull my blade unless I absolutely have to. That's people are way too close to me at that point.
Well,
Look,
that's...
I'm just telling you something that might be helpful in the negotiations if you get an
And
opportunity to
I
pass it along.
appreciate it, and I'm just wanting to make sure that the tailors haven't gotten their claws so far into you that you don't know your duty from your other duty.
Is everything all right over there? Paul's leaning
It's
from up the hill. Like he has to shout for you to hear him at all.
it's
Right.
time we go, otherwise the merchant will get upset, hey?
Borgia steps back and salutes like he's just received orders from McNeil and heads up.
On our way, Captain! Quite the lovely day, isn't it?
Isn't
Oh,
it?
yes. Let's go, and I'll... he's on horse, right? Is it expected that I go on horse as well?
We've all got horses.
Yeah.
Oh, we've all got horses. Yeah, let's mount up. Let's go.
He just got off the horse because you were probably talking to Borgia. I was like, oh, I'll get off the horse real quick and say hi.
Yeah.
And it's like, Borgia.
Yeah. Camera slips back to Dumas and Safwan. The port comes to order rather quickly. Eventually you're able to get the captain and the village mayoress to sign the appropriate documents. It's fairly straightforward now that after you communicate to them exactly what they need to do, and you very quickly reaffirm the idea that, yeah, these people have never dealt with this level of formality before, but they've done all the things they're supposed to do, and they understand what is expected of them.
All
Safwan
right.
just kind of looks over to you as you step out into the street for a second and just... I'm not sure I wanted them to shoot at me or not. I'm starting to get a bit of a headache trying to understand their accent.
Dumas says, the captain, actually both captains I spoke with wanted exactly this to happen. And so, we've achieved our purpose.
What they're so worried about, though, I mean, it's such a small port, I don't know how much they could do here. Even if they were to come in with whatever. I mean, what? They can't even bring the entire Navy support we had in here. There's what? One port here? Even then, they'll have to send the small boats. Don't really see the marshals thinking on this. Suppose I'm not supposed to. Not my job.
It is difficult to grasp the marshal's reasoning without access to his reconnaissance or maps. So we have the signed documents in hand. Like, this is done.
It's done, yeah, by this point.
Dumas will thank the mayor and the captain and say that it would be best if we are on our way. We wouldn't want to overstay their gracious welcome. Mount up and just take one look over the bay.
Perception seeing.
Aha. What do my galleon eyes see?
$18, because supplying helps. I have in the bright of day, as you're mounting up and you're starting to get ready to go. Thankfully, it's a nice clear day. And your troops are milling around, getting back into order. The general idea that you guys are probably leaving. There'll probably a small amount will stay around for a little bit longer and then leave. But largely, you're pulling out. These guard understand. And then, the Vaughn kind of nudges you on the shoulder and says, I think I see a boat. Look, just right there on the eastern bit there.
Is it flying an ensign?
Shades his eyes. See one. A little bigger than a fishing boat. It's not a full sloop or nothing, but it has a sail. So they seem to be rowing it. Why would they be rowing it? Like they're trying not to be seen. I don't see anyone else out on the horizon.
I ride over to the captain and point to the ship and say, Captain, what is that?
What is what? He kind of walks over and stares out into the water.
That boat.
Boat.
Is that one of your fishermen?
Boat. Diva! Diva, get over here! The person that runs over, kind of, their assistant to the captain kind of looks over, kind of squints their eyes up on the horizon. Says something in Vitluian. I shrugs. Well, it's not us. I don't know who that is, really. It's like they came off one of the coves north of here. Don't mind me saying so, but I'm thinking I would suppose that's smugglers. I wouldn't say pirates, they're too small. It'd be dumb to attack Glaciers Edge anyway. Sure it's not one of your smugglers? Not to offend you or nothing.
Dumas says Gallia does not have smugglers. In a very matter-of-fact way.
Okay then.
We merely have reputable traders, such as the Borgia. So I'll ask him, how far is this cove?
Oh, on your fancy horses, if they don't trip over themselves, suppose they get there a couple hours or so. Just follow the water, you see the big hole in the wall. Whisper. Waves his hand in Galleon cave wall, cliff face. Fawn just shakes his head and goes, so they have a smuggler's cove north of here and they're just now telling us about it? That's useful.
Well, I would suspect that these smugglers are acting in direct contravention of the will of the mayor and of the Gallian emperor. And trading with Tin Islanders. Would it be faster to sail there?
Supposing so, yeah. Know your way about a boat and a small sail, you could probably get there in an hour. Faster than that if the wind's favoring.
Do you have a captain who wishes to make more money than a month of fishing?
I mean, I'll take it.
You have a ship, sir?
I can get a boat with a sail, sure. Stefan looks around and then says to you, I don't see a single full-body boat here. It's nothing but small fishing boats here. I think he means to use one of their small boats.
I'll ask him, what experience do you have on the ocean?
Me? Well, don't my fancy uniform fool you none. I suppose, and I'm been fishing with my family since my grandpappy was yay tall. Or, yeah. I may not be gray, but you know, I can fish anywhere in the whole of the bay. Not that I would fish in the Almanian Bay, because that'd be poaching. You know, I could if I wanted to.
I say you'll not take this as a sign of disrespect, Captain, but I must be confident. I'll ride to the other end of the formation of his troops and just find like a random private who was out of earshot of our conversation and say, what is your captain's occupation?
Give me a communication investigation as you're trying to find someone who knows anything about anything beyond the end of their musket.
Communication what?
Investigation.
Do these people fall into a particular class?
This person likely what? They are.
It's not gonna matter unless they're a militarist or the middle class.
They're a radical of all things. A revolutionary. Because it wouldn't make sense. I was gonna make them the Salam. Like, wait, that doesn't make any sense because this person's too low rank for that to matter.
I mean,
then again, I mean,
that's a 7, which means I guess if it's a really easy, then maybe. But
he's a guard captain, Lieutenant. He says helpfully.
I look at him and says, and that puts food on the table?
Most nights, yeah.
All right.
Sure, it's not, hardtack and foie gras every day.
Oh, God.
You guys diss the hardtack and foie gras, but man, you'll learn.
What hardtack have you been eating? I want
Yeah,
your hardtack.
Maybe I've been confusing hardtack with crackers,
I
but
think you are.
Yes, yes, you definitely have.
Hardtack is like a 6-inch brick of bread that is totally unedible unless you prepare it.
Never you mind. The hardtack in this universe is nice and soft and crunchy.
Well, at least in the 10 aisles.
Yeah, because it's full of worms.
It's called protein.
I'll tell you this: there's a Civil War museum in Manassas that has a piece of hardtack on display that is from the Civil War, and
It doesn't probably any mold on it, does it?
No, it doesn't. You could still eat it, but I mean, you always had to soak your hardtack because it wouldn't go bad because that was its whole point.
There's a historical a YouTuber who does history, but in focusing on food.
All
and
right.
he has this famous GIF where he like knocks 2 pieces of hardtack together, and it makes like a hollow ding, kind of like it is a very loud sound for 2 pieces of bread hit against each other. This guy. All right. An hour versus 6 hours is too much not to take the risk. I will say, I'll go back to Safwan and say, I mean to take at least some of our people and clear these smugglers out. I don't think the marshal would much approve of us knowingly leaving them behind.
No, I don't think he would. Maybe that's who he's taking this town for. He thought maybe we're clearing them out. That'd be my guess if I were him. Assuming he knew about them anyway. But who knows what the core spies know?
All right. I mean, thinking about it, the captain has not given us any trouble. I'll say, can I leave you with just enough men to tend to the horses?
You say to Safwan?
Yes.
No, I don't think they're going to give us trouble. No. I don't know how you're going to move so many people unless you're going over by land. These boats are only unless you're moving a bunch of those boats.
I
don't think you're getting horses on any of them.
No, I'm not. The plan is not to take horses. I mean, I don't know. I'm thinking of a decent-sized fishing boat. If you like take most of the stuff on it, you could get 10, 15 people on it. Or are you thinking smaller than that?
Looks like you can get 7 people all told if you push everyone in.
Ooh, that may be way too small.
Because the big old sail kind of gets in the way of things, and that's how they quickly zip across the water. With a little pontoon next to it, so there's a bit of contraptionry that kind of gets in the way of things. Because it's meant for the fishermen. It's meant for the fishermen and their stuff, not for moving soldiers around. There are more than one of them. Like, you could, in theory, grab more, but you'd need more than one person to sail them.
I call for Sergeant Duval.
Okay.
And I say, I think a recalculation is necessary, Safwan. And I'll say, Sergeant Duval, I'm going to leave you here with 10 men to tend and protect some of our horses and to ensure that nothing untoward goes on in this village. And then I'm going to take 7 men and sail for this cove to cut off their retreat to the sea. Safwan, you need to take the rest and make all due haste to back us up and cut them off from land.
Going to move my full 50 over then? In case you need overwhelming power?
Yes.
Very good.
In fact, I'm going to send more than that with you. So we have 100.
Mm-hmm.
I'm taking 7. I'll leave 15 with Duval. So he's taking 78.
Okay. And then they all deserted. No. That's not a danger here. I'm just joking.
And the general plan here in Dumas' mind is right. I'll sail up the near. I'm not going to sail right up on them. I'm going to sail up near. Get out. Send this captain back so he doesn't get in the way. And that way, I will be able to watch. From a nearby cliff or wooded area, watch the beach, so that when Safwan shows up and attacks them, right, we'll be on the beach already to stop any of them from getting in boats.
Okay.
So I plan to, sit on the beach for, I don't know, 5 or 6 hours waiting for Safwan. Unless something goes wrong.
As we swing back to McNeil, Borgia, and Galini, they approach Fort Aquahaven.
Goddamn Galini GMPC. Let's march up the walls with the horses.
Yep.
You hear from the gates. It's daytime, but you're still challenged by the guards manning the door of the fort. You see them in their dark blue and red uniforms trimmed in gold with the imperial eagle adorning their uniform, adorning their hats. They shout something out.
I'll look over to Galini.
Galini immediately just responds and waves at them. Big ol' smile. Then he turns to you after they seem to calm down a little bit, and he looks to you and says, they are wondering who you are and why we're here. And also something about us not being allowed in, but I think we're about to clarify that.
Excuse me. Ask them if this is how they greet their friends and allies, and tell them that I wish to speak with their officer.
Give me a communication roll, as Galini translates what you're saying to them.
Translate harder, Galini. 18 with 1 stun point.
Yeah, you get it. He translates it along.
I'll impress the guard. Is this how you treat your allies and friends?
And Diego will be scanning everything, looking at the fort from both military and stealthy incursion possibilities.
Intelligence military lore, I would say.
Just in case. 17 with 1 stunt point.
This looks to be a very defensible position. It is meant to be a if one were to take Aquahaven, you can see that there's like cannon on the walls. There's lots of little murder hole points for people to shoot out of. There's lots of cover up on the wall. Lots of places to spot. Positionally, it's in a great spot to see the surrounding area. To see Aquahaven in the surrounding area. As for sneaking in, it seems rather difficult. So you'd have to give a good walk around the wall to get a sense if someone oversighted a tree or
right,
vining or something like that. But the wall you're seeing seems to be fairly well kept. This seems to be a well-maintained fortification, a modern fortification at that.
Okay. I'll spend that stunt point to assist McNeil.
He makes big, wide gestures as he's talking and smiling the whole way. Makes gestures at you, and then shakes his fist at them, and then they're all like, they stand up right a little bit, and they kind of look a little embarrassed, and they make gestures, and one of them quickly ducks inside. They say to wait a moment. They're getting orders from their officers, so shouldn't be much longer. I think you put the fear of the Almighty God into them.
Oh, thank you. Well, Almighty Saint Solara.
Well,
or whatever god the Almanians pray to.
Oh no, they're Church of the Setting Sun. I mean, it's not like they're those the Cult of Mr. Quillan or whatever.
I don't know. Alamanians have a habit of just starting shit and making up their own religion.
Which is not too far from the original one, but it's more like an offshoot, you know?
Yeah.
They have a thing with nailing rules to doors. I don't know.
They're just suggestions, that's all.
They're terrified of thunderstorms for some reason.
Eventually the doors open, and you three are greeted formally. The fort seems to be well ordered and disciplined. There seems to be lots of people milling about doing things. Some people come to take your horses to tie them off in the inside the stable.
Okay. Do we see any of the officers?
Actually, stepping forth, you see a female officer step forward with a special decoration on her left, some sort of braided rope at her shoulder. And she salutes to you. And she says, in passable trade, Lieutenant Lisa Bertram, at your service, Captain. I am sorry to say about your, the greeting my men gave you, but we have had rudeness occur. So we're trying to keep good order, good discipline, you see. So sorry, apologies.
Quite all right. Worry yourself not about it.
Yes.
Is there something that is there somewhere that me and my my fellow captain and my lieutenant here could speak with you in private?
Well, you could speak with me, yes, but I'm imagining. Well, actually, it's why I'm out here. What are you here for?
It's something that I would best like to discuss in private rather than in front of everyone.
Is your jacket too tight? I hear there's tailors in this queendom.
Wait, let me get a gauge of her. What is this lady playing at?
Perception empathy.
The hell is she doing? Would a 13 do it if I burn an action point?
You can spend it and find out.
I thought, well, we said you can't do the +2, right?
Yeah, +2.
I can't.
That's your reroll. Yeah.
Oh, it's not a thing. Darn. I'll try and reroll that. I guess. Wow.
You're consistent.
On the plus side, Galini does give you an automatic +1 because he knows the culture. So he'll try his best to clarify.
Yeah, I am
12 isn't that big a difference.
Consistently shit. Fuck it. Another one.
11. Actually,
Oh, I'll take it back then. Oh, I'll take yoink.
Yeah, you can take that back. 11 would do. You. There's a couple things. She's trying to see if you have a reason to talk to her superior, or if it's something that she can deal with. And then she thought that you came up here because you needed like better tailoring or something. And she was like, "Oh, if you need to talk to, I mean, I don't know why you're here for that, but I'm trying to guess why you're here, and I don't know why you're up
Oh,
here."
she's actually daft. Okay. Holy shit.
Where did she get the tailoring from? Oh, wait a minute.
Exactly.
This Galini can't speak Alamanian to save his fucking life.
No, she's speaking broken trade. Like that's
Yeah.
what, she isn't talking about the House of Ravens. She just doesn't know what the House of Ravens. She's heard of tailors in Vitlu.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
I'll speak to Galini in Gallian. Galini, would you please ask her if she's in charge of the fort or if there is someone else in charge of the fort that we need to speak to?
He says it.
In Alamanian, please.
He says in Almanian. She says something back in Almanian. He waves a hand, smiles, and makes a gesture of no, it's very good, don't worry, and then keeps talking.
Diego will be examining this fortification from the inside now, looking for weaknesses.
I won't make you roll for this. Once one is inside the fort, there are a lot of spots meant to blindside defenders. If you're already in, it can, as long as the place isn't like at alert and people are getting in defensible positions, a person could sneak about rather quickly from cover to cover. It's only if the whole guard's assembled, like the place is under attack or at alert, then it becomes very difficult not to be noticed because there's lots of places to look down into the space. But yeah, it's not really meant to. If someone's in the fort, it's not really a great place to keep fighting. At that point you're trying. If you're the defender, you're trying to find ways to get out, and there's lots of ways to do it that way. So getting out of the fort is a lot easier than getting into it. You're not meant to sit there in the fort, keep fighting. If people have broken the walls.
Cool.
My misunderstanding, she says. The Lieutenant Colonel Adelind Richter would be our the command of the fort.
May we speak with her?
Whatever for.
My Marshal, Baptiste Duval, has sent me here on a... I'll tell it to our...
Diplomatic?
To our... yes, quite the right word. Diplomatic. Thank you, Lieutenant. A diplomatic assignment to speak with your superior.
Communication etiquette.
So why do I have to explain myself to this fucking page boy, essentially?
Want me to get rid of her for you, boss?
Oh yeah.
15
with 4?
I think y'all have different definitions of get rid of.
And she's a militarist, so you have a bonus, as we recall.
Of +2, so 17
Yeah,
with 4 stun points.
You definitely got it. Yep.
With 4 stun points, I'd like to... I don't know what I'd like to. Read the situation for 1. Spot tells for 3.
Read the situation, you say? Well, I can answer that easier than the other.
Are they alarmed for something?
The lieutenant is, she feels open. She's just curious about why you're here. But there's no hostility on her end. She's just straight up curious. And just doing her job. You get the feeling of that. She's not trying to be obstructive for obstruction's sake. It's her job to make sure that the people talk to Lieutenant Colonel, they actually have a real reason to talk to them.
Diego, with his most charming smile, says in trade, the higher-ups are trying to come to a equitable agreement on the arrangements around Aquahaven. The marshal's chosen my captain to talk with your colonel.
Yes, quite. And the spot tells, if she tries to lie to me, she'll have a...
So I either have
target number?
if I beat 18, you get to roll to try to oppose it.
Right, yeah. But yes, we would like to speak with your superior, if possible.
Well, she says, she nods and then says something, and she starts speaking Almanian to Galini. Galini listens, so he doesn't really say a whole lot. And then he nods. She'll get, and you see her turn on her, she gives a quick salute, he kind of returns it, and then she turns and walks away from all of you. She's gonna go tell the Lieutenant Colonel now. She didn't realize how important it was, apparently, so... hopefully we get to drink, they don't drink much wine in Almania. We're gonna be drinking, well, we'll be drinking good beer, so there's nothing wrong with that, I suppose.
I'll tell them quietly and Galleon, what a confused bunch these Alamanians are, aren't they?
I don't speak Gallian.
No, I'll tell to Galleon. They're very confused about everything, aren't they?
Well, we did just wander into their fort without really telling them why we're here. And the last few people who they talked to, let's just say that people almost shot each other, not that before you guys got here. So thankfully the marshal might bring some
we are friends and allies, though. Are we not?
If you say so. I noticed there's 2 flags here. He
Quite
shrugs
astute
at you.
observation.
What, you think just because me and the Borgia over there wear the same uniform that we're friends? We just happen to be shooting in the same direction.
Quite alright, Galini. Captain Galini. Yeah, we'll wait. Diego, what are you looking around so much for?
Just habit.
It's like our visit to the mountain all over again. Can't stop looking for any tactical sort of advantage.
Well, this is likely not to be the last Vitluvian fortification we'll uh, encounter, and might be handy to know how these things are laid out in case we have to take one.
Mhm.
It is kind of my job, sir.
I don't imagine that all of them are built the same way. Not like they're mass-produced in a mold, are they?
Well, but standard defensive systems are generally used throughout.
Are we getting the meeting?
You wait patiently. I'll just see if you guys were saying anything else.
No.
We sweep over to Dema Safwan. And we have what amounts to a mass battle on a much smaller scale, but a mass battle all the same. Of which, Duma, you are the only actor, the only player officer. So, this amounts to a skirmish. You can force a crisis to try to sweep it up all at once, or you can do it as a rule for each of the stages. Because the numbers of people involved are small enough that it's not, the success threshold is fairly low. The crisis will be you getting personally involved in some way. Something happens and you're stepping in to either you're doing something.
What kind of? I mean, who is it?
It's a group of, you encounter what amounts to a group of smugglers who are trying to move as much as they've learned that Aquahaven's been taken, and they probably won't enjoy. They might be found out up here, so they're trying to move as much as they can. They've moved some of their stuff. The problem is they need time to fill up their next boat, ship it out, and then flee from the area and scatter. The goal of their mass battle isn't to kill or defeat all of you. It's to buy enough time to fill up their boats and get out of here.
Okay. How many of them are there?
There are not a ton of people because they wouldn't need that many for, and some of them have already left. So about 25 people. You have a massive amount of people, so that you have a mass battle advantage here. So they actually have penalties because you outnumber them.
What is their troop type? Because what are we? Do we count as elite cavalry, or are we a 15 or are we a 13?
You guys are a 13 because you have a mix of militia people and officer people and academy people.
Okay, and they are.
These guys are actually, they fall under average. They're smugglers, but they fight more than your average brigand or militia would. So they'd have to hit. And I wouldn't say they're in fortification or prepared position because they're trying to leave. Any fortifications they would have had, they're kind of abandoning to get out of here.
All right then. Yeah, I'll just start off with my 7, but because I mean I kind of learned that having cuirassier means we can actually my zeros, as it were, are slightly more useful than the normal 0.
Yeah.
So, and presumably we get to choose when to start the engagement. So, you find a little bit of cover and then try to force the crisis.
Get you a map here. Crisis battle, so I know I need to be over here. Oh, nope, not that one, not that one. Wrong one. Don't worry. That should be in archives anyway. It's getting in the way. Shoot. Oh. Yeah, that's what. Well. Whoops. Racing everything but what I want. This layer so I don't accidentally eliminate things I want. And then too small. So we have your 7 troop. About 7. 7. their uniforms. Otherwise, I can't tell them apart from the other markers. So in this first stage, this is the opening part of the battle. So this is probably before, like you're seeing the troops of Safwan starting to start heading, like they're starting to do their circle, so they can start attacking them from this way, because they can't really charge up and attack across the beach this way. They need to come around and push into their cove to try to shove them out, hopefully into you. So you have plenty of time to see them. Like, you already see them starting to head off this way, and you're kind of seeing that they are starting to move some of their some people out into the mouth to kind of do. They're trying to prepare their own preliminary defenses to prevent what you're trying to do. Like, you're trying to get to a point, you're trying to get where they are, basically, and they're trying to suss out anyone trying to stop them.
All right. This is distancing it accurate.
Yep, you get about there before they would notice you coming, basically.
Oh, well then I just tell them in to form up. We are well within carbine range.
There's a form of a closer file than that.
I'll pull out my rifle and raise a hand, and when I think is a good moment, I'll drop it and we'll hit him with a volley.
Right. Let's check. That's what I wanted to know. Feel free to roll. You get to roll 3d6 7 times to see if they're if they hit anybody. Each guy fires and aims for their target, that sort of thing.
Do they have any bonuses? I think it's to accuracy. Yeah, I think shooting is accuracy black powder.
Yep.
Do they have any of that?
They will. Let me get you here. A total of +4.
Okay. So I'll just use the roller on my sheet, knowing that they get +1 to whatever is rolled, because I already have a +3.
Okay. You unleash a volley as you give the order, and 5 of the enemy drop.
I will take aim that one.
Give me perception seeing before you shoot. I don't think I can hide from you. You see me. You definitely see me. There's someone hiding in the rocks.
Do they look important?
They look like they have a rather nice looking a Vinlander rifle.
I wanted a. I guess it's not Kentucky. A Vinlander rifle. Or at least, if I have one of those, I'm sure I get one free favor with Diego if he happens to find it. All right. Any penalty to shooting at him now that I've seen him?
You get a minus 2 to your no, hold on. Covers in effect that I trying to make sure how much it actually matters, because I know it matters. I know it's not -3. It's not like he's a tiny peephole you're firing through, right? Oops. I'm clicking the wrong thing. Aha. I'll say -2.
Okay, what table am I allowed to spend these stunt points on? Because that wasn't really an attack, so a lot of the combat ones aren't make a lot of sense.
It would fall under like social or exploration. Because you're right, combat wouldn't apply because you're seeing something. Primarily exploration, honestly, because this is the exploration phase of you seeing a foe that would have been hidden otherwise. Yeah, well, let's call it exploration. Social doesn't make sense either. Thinking more on it. Coffee, darn. Oh, yeah,
Did you step away, or are you still here?
Huh? I'm still here. I'm waiting for your call.
Oh, okay. You said you. I thought you were going to get coffee.
No.
I think insight. When performing an action that logically proceeds from this one, which would be shooting, so that's a +1.
Yep.
Can I shout out the location so that I use Inspire for my men, so they each get +1 to their their test until my next turn?
I'll let that go for these guys because you are their officer. You're the commander, so that makes sense.
All right. Because I play the Great Blame, that only costs me 3, which leaves me with 1 point.
Sand would have been. Oh well, it's rocky.
I guess wariness. If there's going to be any negative consequences from engaging this person, if a roll comes from that, I'll take a +1.
Okay.
So now I shoot.
Yep. You're shooting one of the zeros on the ground, right?
No, I'm shooting the named person whose name I do not know. So
They have a health bar instead of just a name.
I'm gonna use the in action because I can. And that is a 19 with 2 stunt points.
That hits. Minus.
Oh, so
one totals because you.
Yeah.
Minus 2 from the cover.
and I got +1, so that's a 7.
17 still hits.
Yeah.
Yeah. Still hits.
Yeah, rapid reload for 1, and stay aware.
Very good. Roll your damage.
And then here's the perception for stay aware.
You will get a +1 to your next roll.
All right. Do I get the stun points from that roll?
You would, but it applies to the perception.
Is it on the combat table?
No, because it's
Okay.
yeah.
I suggest manipulate. Like this shot, getting hit is infuriating enough that he, rather than trying to stay behind cover, he stands up to get a good aim at me. I don't think that's blatantly suicidal because it's not like he's guaranteed to kill himself. He's just taking a risk.
So you're having him like step away from cover to try to get a better shot at you, sort of thing. But that's actually
Yeah. Instead of like hiding behind the tree, he's already like stepping around to like prop his rifle on the tree or something so that he's in full view.
Yeah, I'll take that. That makes sense.
And I guess it's their turn.
The guys on the ground will try to return fire at your men. Bang. Bang. First guy misses. One of you guys gets hit.
Because they have breastplates, you have to roll damage.
Oh, that's true. Yep, I might not do enough.
You're looking to do 10 damage. Yeah, this is why I did this, because I remembered from last time.
The armor could save them from taking any damage. I have to do something. I have to do some damage for it to count.
Yeah, you'd have to do 11 damage, because 10 gets absorbed. Or you'd have to get piercing, like if you get stun points, right? Or
what's a musket do? Just 3d6 plus 1, I think?
I don't have a musket. I have a carbine, which is +1, and I have a rifle, which
3d6 plus 1. Yep. So 10. No, not enough. Never mind. That X doesn't happen. He shoots. The breastplate saves him. He has a very scary like like that. I'm hit. Oh, I'm actually okay. I was very lucky. Guy up top aims. Die, bourgeois pig, he shouts as he steps out of cover and fires at you.
I'm not a bourgeois.
Bourgeois.
Well, I mean, there's a good distance, and the waves are making some sounds.
This guy actually might still hit you because he actually has decent attack. Is it that decent though? Find out together.
I think he needs a 13 to hit me.
Because he aimed, he just hit you.
All right. Unless you have any stunt points to spend, that bounces off the curve of the plate.
9, 10, 11, because he has accuracy. Wait, no. What adds to shoot shots? It's not accuracy.
You don't. Yeah. Well, it is accurate. Is it accuracy?
Well, what are you asking about shooting black powder?
No. What skill
Fire
modifies
percentage.
the damage, not the attack roll?
Oh, it's perception.
Oh, perception. Oh, sorry. 1 second. I was looking at the wrong thing.
Yeah, you add perception to damage.
And there's no skill there. It's just the perception, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, because it would have to be like perception black powder, and it's like that's not a thing in perceptions.
Yeah.
No, that's 8, 9, 10. Sorry, that's 10 on the dot.
Yeah. So it just hits the curve of the plate, I think.
So you have a bit of a scare, but your breastplate saves you from taking any damage. I assume your men reload because they're zeros, so they all reload. It goes to you.
Yep. So it's major to reload.
Yes.
Yep. But you
Unless
rapid
you-
reloaded.
Yeah.
Oh, I did. Then I'll aim again.
Yep.
You know, some things Borgia's right about. This is a lot easier than sword fighting this guy. Starting to worry if these Vinlander rifles are all they're cracked up to be.
The enemy bad guys reload. They move to cover as well as minor.
Oh, he survived another hit. He survived that hit.
Mm-hmm.
Oh wow, he's beefy.
He ducks behind total cover. So he can't shoot you, but you can't hit him either. You just know he ducked behind somewhere. He either ran. You don't get.
Oh,
the
it's not a penalty. It's just you can't attack.
Yeah.
Okay.
Your troops can shoot at the guys who are behind cover, because the zeros on the ground don't have complete cover like their leader does.
Okay, I'll roll these again. Remembering that they are 1 plus whatever the roll is. So that's a 15,
Thud,
12.
thud, and they can't shoot at the leader.
All right. Then when I see the other two go down, I'll yell, charge. So the other 5 can start, like lay down their carbines and draw swords and run in.
We'll say. What do you do?
Held action's a thing in this system?
Prepare, yeah.
Do they last until the end of the round or until your next turn?
Until I feel like it.
Basically, would he go before it comes back up? Because we don't even have an initiative out, so I don't know. I'm not 100% clear on the order here.
He will go after you.
Yes, but if I hold an action, will he go before that action expires?
Oh, After you show the next person initiative act, so on, but at any time until the start of your next turn, you can interrupt another character, take your prepared action immediately.
Okay.
So it's until your next turn is when it comes back.
Yeah.
And you just declare a major action and say, I want to do this at some point. I want to do an attack, or I want to do something else. So you don't even need a trigger for it. You just say, I'm preparing to attack, and then anyone else looking at you can tell you're preparing to attack. They just don't know what your trigger is, because you, the player, deciding when to do it.
All right, then. Is that my whole turn, or can I use the minor now?
You can use a minor, yeah.
Okay.
It's a major to prepare.
Then the minor is to drop my rifle, get the carbine.
That poor rifle.
I'm about to get a new one. And I'm not expecting anything basic. I'm expecting some tack work. You know, like you know, a proper. Because these, you know, those are military rifles. Those are personalized hunting rifles. So yeah, I guess I'm waiting. Yes.
What's your major you're preparing? Preparing to attack, I presume?
Yes, to attack. I will not say who, but it is someone.
Yeah, one of your guys. I never liked Jensen anyway.
Just telling Neil, I don't know what happened to Jensen. He got shot in the back of the head.
And yeah, it was almost like the guy was within 10 yards of him, just square on. Jeez. Yeah, the guy does pop out a little bit, just enough to shoot at you.
Okay, I'm interrupting.
Yeah, I imagine you were going to. All ones, let's go. It's not gonna hit him, I can tell you that.
Does someone who I may have helped share some points with before wanna pay me back in good spirit?
I have one. Sure, go ahead.
Okay, I'm gonna reroll that.
That hits.
Hey,
Better.
McNeil likes me after all.
Haha. Just because I can't whip you.
You never asked. I think I'm gonna tag a lethal blow onto that if it hits. Does a 16 hit?
Nah, I just don't like you. Yeah, it hits. Ow. Ow. He's still alive.
Good lord, man.
He spends the rest of his minor going back into cover. And he flees.
Is Safwan gonna be able to catch him?
As long as you succeed in the third stage of the battle, he'll catch him.
Okay.
So
Which we've already met the maximum number of points. Right, we've already met the success threshold.
For the first stage, you have 2 more.
Oh, do you have to meet it for each stage?
Yeah.
You have to have more.
Okay.
You have to have 2 or more. You have to have the majority of the stages to have won the victory. You just won the opening move. Your people are now positioned at the mouth, ready to interrupt them.
Okay, and I did that just so that the 2 stages which allow military lore are not going to be the one I'm rolling for.
Yeah, the first one is the military lore roll. The second one's a communication leadership. As the actual main engagement gets underway.
All right. Is this communication to my men?
Yep.
Do they have a majority political view?
Majority militarist.
21.
Succeeds, you generate 1 to the threshold. My target number is higher because my test difficulty is higher because you're better troops. I have to get 13. I did.
Win the second stage.
I actually win the second stage because the success threshold for 2 sides is 5.
Yep.
So the main engagement doesn't go terribly well. You communicate thoroughly, but they seem to have a distinct advantage in their close quarters, and they seem to be familiar with the fighting spaces. So it turns into, and no one really peters out to where you are. And if you leave your position, you'll give up the advantage that you gave in. But I imagine you and your troops are firing in when you can.
Yep.
But Safon's has kind of crowded the area a little too much. The winner of the main engagement receives a major advantage. They decide if it's communication leadership or intelligence military lore. They're going communication leadership because they're better at that than they are at military lore.
Uh-oh. 25.
I didn't make any progress, did I? Oh no, I don't think I did. No, you're 13. I only got 12. 4. Yeah, you get some progress in the final as they are trying to escape. The finishing move is them trying to escape. They've managed to fill in the boat. They're trying to get people out, trying to scatter. And between you and Safon, Safon's trying to round up people from getting away. You're trying to keep people from. I imagine you're firing repeatedly at the boat that's trying to leave.
And, we have specialist troops for this stage.
Yep. So you have like a plus, you have a bonus to the roll.
Yeah.
You have +1 to your roll because you have specialists for this. One more roll. You have 4 of the 5, so I think you're gonna beat me. Yeah, there's no way. There's no way. No, you got them. They got supremely lucky in the second stage, but you beat them in the third stage. And because you won the third stage, you do the guy who had that rifle is captured. That's he needed to get the escape was him succeeding at the third stage, which he did not. Well, his leader succeeding. Casualty workout. You're gonna be doing a intelligence military role here, but you won 2 of the stages. You lost 1, so you have a +1 total. They did not outnumber you. They did not have specialists. You have intelligence military lore with a +1. How few people got hurt. Target number was of the battle. You got it. Roll determines how smartly the general used troops. Successful are equal to 35% minus 5% for each degree of success, which is measured by your die, which is 6. So 6. So only 5% casualties. That would be
4.
4 people. Of those 4, 2/3 are wounded, and the rest are dead.
So it's 1 dead, 3 wounded.
Yep. So some unlucky soul probably just got shot out of rounded a corner and just got bapped, and then the rest were fighting to save that guy. But after
I didn't even need to have a grudge against Jenkins to kill him. Dumbass got himself killed.
But yes, victory.
I retrieve my spoils, which I'm hoping is a lot of fine, untaxed goods.
Well, it's all stolen goods, so you lose rep for every gold you take, you see. It's with everybody, so only fair. That's not how it works. Let me get you the reward. You did stop these smugglers from getting out with everything. They got away with some, but not everything. $500 silver in goods and coin.
Up to 148 gold.
This is a colonial Vinlander rifle. And it gives focus black powder if you didn't already have it. If you do, you gain +1 to your roll. In addition, it will make a lightning attack cheaper by 1.
That's really awesome.
Which is why I really wanted to roll some points.
Ha.
I was gonna blast the heck out of you. I'm like, nope. I'm like, okay, well, I guess. Yeah, you learn these are Vinlander pirates once you round them all up. We're trying to, Vinlander smugglers. Pirate implies a lot more ferocity than they actually have. They were smugglers who were trying to get out of here once they learned the port was taken. And they were taking, and you were able to intercept half of the treasure that they actually had. The other ship is off somewhere in the bay. Whether or not they're captured, that's the Navy's problem.
All right. Any documentation on them?
Give me intelligence. Evan won't cut it, unfortunately. You'll find some papers, but nothing of worth to you in particular. It's probably worth to somebody out there, but it doesn't really further your interests.
Well, yeah, I wasn't trying to get intelligence so much. I was going to find anything that looked like it was written in Tinlander and have it burned.
There'd be some, actually, it would be in Tinlander. There's letters in Lulian, Winalani, and Galleon.
Okay, then just add them in with the rest of the stuff. Give them over to the whoever. I guess we have an intelligence officer or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure nothing in Tinlander got back to the marshal.
Yeah, nothing in tin, no. But we swing over rapidly to the Fort Aquahaven.
Fort Knight.
Oh, boo. Hush.
I'm punishing myself. Okay, sorry.
And yeah, you three find yourself in the company of the Lieutenant Colonel Adeline Richter. Adelinda Richter. Get that name for you. For them. There are Richter, so R. fort. So, the four of you are, and there's some guards, like some outside and someone attending to the four of you.
What happened to Bertram?
Bertram went off to do something else in the fort.
Fair enough.
They made sure that you got to the lieutenant colonel.
Okay.
Good. Okay, what does this lieutenant colonel look like? What did you say?
She looks like she has seen a lot of melee fighting. You see some scarring on her face. You can see she fills out her uniform in arms and legs, like she's rather well built. Like she's the sort of person who has a musket, but has seen a lot more forest fighting in the south than she has rifle fighting in open territory or over ocean. She looks to be somewhere in her 40s or so. You can see graying and such. You can see a stern look on her face, but she smiles and nods at the introductions Galini gives as he translates in turn.
Did she at any point speak trade? Does she know how to speak trade?
Yes, Galini, if she speaks it.
Well, I'll ask her. I'll ask him to translate to her. Like, can you speak trade?
I can deign to, yes.
I hope it's better than her officer. Right. Proper introductions are in order. May I introduce first myself? Lieutenant. No, Captain. Lieutenant. Captain Cormac McNeil of the 7th Corps of Gallia. Here on behalf of Marshal Baptiste Duval. To my right here is Captain Eldrick Galini. And to my left here is Lieutenant Diego Borgia of my rifle division.
Borgia will snap off a nice salute. Colonel?
She waves a decorated cudgel at you, which is a baton, but that thing looks like it's hefty enough that you could batter someone's head in with it.
Right.
Now, Lieutenant Colonel, do you know why we are here?
My darling lieutenant has told me that you are a diplomat of some kind.
I used to be a diplomat for Gallia during the revolutionary period on behalf of the Tin Isles. I now find myself in the military service of the Gallian Empire, but that is quite another tale, I assure you. But the Marshal sent me here because he thought it might be me who is best suited to finding out what exactly happened at this fortress, madam, because as I understood it, the Marshal's a bit confused with your presence here.
We are enforcing the true border of the Armenian Empire. But as we are assisting in the Emperor of Gallia's little war, we thought you could have the village to yourselves. We can supply our fort from our side.
Now, see, Lieutenant Colonel, my Marshal assured me that this was, how did he put it, not part of the deal? Could you please enlighten me as to what deal the good Marshal was referring to?
God help us, we're in Alsace-Lorraine.
Yes.
We have always been Armenian.
This village has been Armenian for 1,000 years.
The Marshal made suggestions as to best use of the first corps of the Armenian Empire. I made suggestions as to best use of the 7th Corps of the Grand Army, and I have made a decision to act in a manner that is of benefit to Omania, and I expect him to act as the benefit of Gallia. If he is confused, I certainly can pass along his complaint to my superior. But
Oh,
something
no.
tells me that General d'Infanterie is happy with my work.
Make no mistake, Lieutenant Colonel, it is I who was confused here
Ah,
as to your arrangement. I'm
I
afraid the
see.
good Marshal had nothing to do with it. It was merely on my part, as I was
Of
briefed
course.
rather sparsely. However, may I offer some good-natured advice with regards to this blasted country, as we have been here for, what was it now, a month? More? How long have we been here, Jim? Like, Diego, how long have we been here? I've lost track of time.
3 weeks.
About that, yeah.
3 weeks? Let's
Well-
say a month, yes. We've been in this blasted country for a month, and I figure I am well adapted to tell you at least a little tale about the natives, which I think might be of particular use to you. Tell me, your officer quite surprised me when she asked us this question, because I thought that she um, had contact with these people, but I assumed later I figured out she was just being a bit daft. Have you ever heard of the Tailors? The Tailors Guild of Vitlu?
I have heard of the Crown Assassins of Vitlu, a very cowardly tactic.
Right, well, let me be perfectly honest with you because, ma'am, we're allies and I think you deserve nothing but the honesty. Ever since we've gotten here, there have been plans. We've gotten into collusion with them a couple of times in order to liberate a couple of Vitluvian cities free from any harm or violence, you see, as they
You-
hold a significant amount of sway.
You collude with assassins, Captain.
If it is a means to an end to prevent further casualties, then yes, I will collude with politicians and assassins if I must. However, this was for the better of everyone, as there would be grand material and humanitarian losses with taking Seabreeze Cove.
So, are you afraid of blood, Captain?
No, I would just rather avoid spilling it if I have to. A waste of good Gallian
you're-
life,
So
good
you're a craven,
Albanian
then?
life. Oh, I wouldn't classify myself as a craven, no. I would just like to say I'm someone who prefers to solve a conflict with words than actions, if I may. If that makes me craven in your eyes, then so be it, but it is the essence of diplomacy.
But you're
However, Diego speaks up. I can assure you, Colonel, as the man who destroyed a full company of 10 islanders when they had the temerity to land in my hometown, that should it come down to it, you will find us more than ready for a fight.
give me a communication persuasion roll.
Who?
Borgia.
Can I assist him?
You certainly can. And believe it or not, Richter here, their primary faction, common. They rose through the ranks the slow and bloody way.
All right, let me see what my. So that will be a 15 with me. I've got +1 with the common citizenry.
I don't know if this 11 will help you out. Probably not.
10 or more is good. And as an
You get
assist, I
+1.
won't be worrying about your rep because that's your assist. You're not the primary roller.
What? You got a +1 then, so 16 overall. With 6 thumb points. Wow.
You do succeed there, Borgia.
Yay!
You have 6 stump points. I'll give you some context for what to build that
Yeah.
off of. Well, I did hear about the battle in La Selle, and I think I remember. I remember there being a Galini there, but I remember a Borgia there. I remember MacNeil was there. So the two of you fought in La Selle. I see. And she brightens up knowing that you guys have actually, fired a shot in anger and not just officers who are sent to talk to other officers.
Yes, Diego here was in charge of protecting the Emperor, and I set aside the command to protect the common folk as much as I could and drag them into the fortress while the cannon fire raged. But putting that aside, you can see why I try to avoid further bloodshed, because such conquests leave much to be desired with the local populace. We would encounter naught but hostility.
6 stump points to resolve. You'll want to resolve them before you go too much further.
Oh yeah,
Right.
go ahead.
I'll see. I think I'll use 4 of them for sway.
Okay.
Towards,
Positive rather
Art.
than negative, or
right, yeah, right. Because we're trying to get them to go back to the original agreement ish.
and you're not trying to intimidate them. That's what sways usually ask. There's a chart in the social situation things where you can go hate me more, like me more, or be scared of me more.
Right. And then I'll spend 2 on the other 2 on impress.
Plus 2 in your next roll.
Yeah.
Well, not everyone is eager for battle, and not everyone lives and dies by the rifle or the musket, I suppose. But I hear that you did not shy from things, so.
Back to what we were saying, though, about the tailors. Like I said, we have colluded with them once in order to ensure a calm capture of Seabreeze Cove, where we lost no troops. And there is something about them that you should know. They hold a much more important role here in Vitlu than perhaps you were initially led to believe. So much, in fact, that I don't know how to put this, ma'am. Like I said, we are allies. I'm telling you this in good nature. There's been an open hunt declared on Almanian officers.
Of course there has. That's why we didn't burn all of Aquahaven to the ground. That's normally what we would do. But since we leave it to the galleons to collude with assassins, apparently, I was wondering why their officers weren't being attacked.
Here's another thing you may not realize. Because you have kept this fortress in your hands, your officers, you included, are going to be a part of their targets, and I'm afraid that we cannot negotiate on behalf of you with these people. We've barely managed a negotiation of our own, and we cannot simply negotiate for you as well. Where you are right now, ma'am, you are in danger. Your whole officer corps is in danger.
We're all in danger, Captain. That's why we let no Vitlulian in these walls, and if they are found crawling in any capacity near this building, they are shot.
The ravens don't only come in Vitluvian shape. That is why I am warning you, Lieutenant Colonel. They come in many shapes and forms and many disguises. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if your staff had maybe a couple of them in there. I'm not alluding to anything, of course.
Yes, you are. You're alluding that I'm in danger and that the chateaus will crawl out and eat me alive. I will consider your advice, and I will indeed investigate. I invite to stay. You I invite to maybe look into some things. And I hope you won't take offense. But I'm gonna have to take your rifles and your blades.
There is another solution I was going to propose, ma'am.
Retreat? Crawl into my mother's skirts and weep?
Nothing of the sort. cede the fortress to Gallia, and then once the war is over, you may discuss around the round table with the envoys of the Gallian Empire on the fate of the border forts. All the border forts, not just this one.
I will consider, Captain, and I will speak with my staff.
If it's quite all right with you, my men and I would like to sleep outside. We find the wilderness roughens us up a little bit to the elements of this quite hostile country, frankly.
Give me communication.
14 with 4 stun points.
Plus or minus anything you have with commoners.
Oh, let me check. +1, +2, +3, +4, +5, +6.
Why are you so popular with
+7. +7, so that's 21 with 4 stun points. I am a king of the people.
I guess so.
I don't mind letting you go, Captain McNeil. It's, But you did alert me that you may have assassins even in your number. I want them looked into. And they're not leaving.
In my number? A preposterous allegation, but considering we made a deal with them not to harm us or infiltrate our ranks in any way. But I was more alluding to the fact that they roam in all sorts of shapes where...
Including Galleon shapes? Or Wenelani shapes?
You're not suggesting that my officer here... Surely you would not be so brazen to suggest that my officer here...
You're brazen enough to accuse my officers the same.
I will say, Colonel, with all due respect for someone who obviously has much more military experience than I do, certainly, that you should calculate exactly how many people you're willing to lose if you try to disarm my men and I. We are riflemen of Gallia, your allies, but try and tread upon us, and we will paint this fortress with blood. Just so we're clear. Colonel.
Very well. You're all under arrest for threatening an officer of the Omanian Empire. Guards!
The Kaiser won't like this. We came into this fortress with good intentions.
Guards rush into the room, rifles at hand. Well, muskets at hand. Galini makes a big fuss. He is pissed that she's doing this. He's kind of dropped all diplomacy at this point because he's completely thrown by this.
If I have a roll, I did have +2 to it.
You can try communication. It's going to be very high.
Well, I figured.
If you don't do what I say, I'm going to kill you.
Boy, I thought I was gung ho. Fuck me.
No, it was more that she's threatening to disarm us, and my bit was well, sure.
We'll paint the walls with your blood.
You can try that, but you're going to lose people. And yeah, we're my whole bit being, yeah, I get it. You're a big bad soldier. Well, so are we, lady. So how do you want this to go down? It's kind of a more,
I get that. You're doing a good, bad, and ugly. Yeah, I get that.
Yeah. So, persuasion, I guess.
Strength intimidate, more like.
Okay.
At a -2.
Or well, a +2 because he impressed.
Oh yeah, the impress would smooth that out. That's true.
So, and she's a commoner, so I get plus what?
Doesn't help. The reputational help.
Oh, it's not persuasion. Right. Well, this is not going to go well, probably.
That's a good roll, but not the roll you need.
DC 30.
Not that
Would
high.
you like an no?
I have an action point. I have an action point. So.
Well, you might roll 666. You never know.
That's true.
I'd try it.
So that's well, that's right, because the bonus got wiped.
It's gobbled, yeah. You've taken away the penalty basically of her having a lot of soldiers in the room, in the fort rather.
I'll try it. Use that AP. Might as well. I imagine
Okay.
this is one of the last scenes.
It is, yeah.
Wow,
Yeah.
that
Well,
is-
there was an attempt. Sometimes you just got to take the L.
Is there a window out of this office?
There is, but it goes into the fort.
Yeah, that's fair, but
You're gonna try to
Diego's
escape.
going out of it. Yeah.
Okay. So Borgia's trying to escape. Galini is just making noises, but that's not gonna free him. He's just gonna be arrested.
I'll hold my hands up in the air as well.
All right.
I've been arrested once. I know how this works.
Borgia.
Dexterity acrobatics to dive through the window.
Yeah.
Why do you keep rolling strength intimidation? Did you?
Because the
click me?
cat is on the keyboard.
Oh, get out the keyboard, cat.
Well, don't worry, Cat. All the things you're doing, Cat, you succeed. But unfortunately, Diego isn't a cat.
Right.
This
So
doesn't help.
let's see if he's got cat-like
A
reflexes.
cat does escape, though. Not sure why it does, but it does.
17.
17
5
gets you out
stunt
the
point.
window. Now you need to get out of the fort.
Okay. 5 stunt points towards misdirect. It's on my sheet rather than me reading it to you.
Oh,
It's
a
a,
special
rogue special stunt.
Misdirect. Spirit of plain sight allows perform the immediate task that most people consider impossible to do while under direct observation. Such direct versus get an opposed roll as if you were performing the act under the proper unseen conditions. You can nullify direct observation of one person per SP spent.
So yeah, that would be if assuming I get the win the opposed roll and try to nullify the observation of 5 people. Hopefully, there's not more than that having me directly under observation when I jump out the window and leave line of sight to the people in the room. But we'll see. Depending on where this.
There's a lot of people in the fort, though.
Yeah, but they're not like on high alert. And does the CO's office necessarily have a window opening out directly into the middle of things?
6 people were outside.
Okay, so
Well,
one of
outside
them's
in a
gonna-
position where where they could see the window you're jumping out of.
right. Okay, so I'm not going to get all of them, but 5 of them are going to have no idea where I went.
So one guy sees you.
Okay, I mean they do get an opposed roll as if I was doing it under unseen conditions or something. I don't know what that is. It's a dex-based test.
well, either you disappear or you can do something that normally,
Oh, right. Okay.
you know, like if you were sapping the wall, you could walk up to people and then go, I spend points. They now have to I can now do something that normally I wouldn't be allowed to do in open view.
Right.
So those other 5 people, if you were doing something else, they might get a roll to try to oppose your roll. I'm just going to say they don't see you. One person sees you just fine because you don't have enough stunt points to cover that last person who sees you jump out a window.
Right. Don't suppose I could try and roll a stunt attack or whatever that's called.
You want to try to like knock him out or something like that.
No, actually, I was going to try and roll a stun attack and cover him with the misdirect. Because if I get the stun attack, I get the stunt points and can at least have, I think, 2 or stunt die, whichever's higher. So like jump out the window, 5 people don't see me, 1 person does, but then I kind of, I don't know, duck around something and disappear from his sight. He has no idea where I went after that.
Give me dex stealth to get away from them, basically. But the thing is, if you beat the opposed roll, then you can disappear from their view. Like even if they round to the corner, they can't find you anymore.
Okay, fair enough. So Dex Stealth, which is just Dex, but I do get a reroll because of Scout. It's 13 beat him.
Gonna triple check, but first and second thought says he doesn't make. That's a super low roll. Anything I would pull up would, even if I gave him a bonus, let's be ridiculous and give him that 1, 2, 4 onto 7 would not be enough. Nope, there's no way he can see you.
Okay, yeah. So I'm out of sight, out of mind.
Yep. So you're still in the fort. The people who, it's just that no one knows where you are right now.
Right. This is going to get interesting next time around.
Well, didn't know that's what I thought was going to be ending on, but yeah, sure. We're going to have
Dramatic escape.
dramatic escape, a captain being arrested, and
Again.
a victorious Dumas. It's not even your fault this time. And a victorious Dumas who's going to be returning. Last time was your fault. A victorious Dumas is going to be confused where her fellow officers are. But we shall see how the intrigue of Aquahaven pans out. But for now, all of you watching, thank you very much for watching. Those of you playing, thank you very much for playing. We'll see you all again next time. Bye. What is it with you people and threatening people of authority and power?
Well, no, I mean that was honestly not how I thought. I mean, because I'd already kind of made
I'll
the
paint
okay,
the
we're both-
wall with my. I'll paint your head with the walls with your blood. Like what? Okay.
No. I mean, my whole bit was, I thought we were communicating at the level of like, soldiers. He's all the one talking about not being afraid of blood. So I said, I was very respectful. To all due respect, if you're going to try and disarm us, then we're going to fight and we're going to win. And so I just did a little bit more colorful. I was not trying to,
Don't worry. The assassins could be anyone, anywhere. Well, not us though, but they could be anyone though.
Right. So I don't know. I really thought I was doing my best there. So I'll live with whatever happens. But I may have to kill